like really well. And along this top rim, I can just put like turrets all aiming in towards like an open core design where I can just keep the base open at the top with no doors, so there's no door camps or any bullshit like that. They can wail on the bottom of the base, but I can always just I don't know. I can I need to take a blueprint of it how it is right now, so I can just build it again. Because I haven't done that in a while. Yeah, here's a more basic version of it. I'm gonna start saving like save all, and I'm gonna say this is getting towards mushroom, getting towards the end. Well, it's not towards middle, toward mid game. Yeah, like this is a mid game mushroom. Mid game mushroom. Yeah, we're gonna say mid game mushroom. God, they respect your time so much more. Yeah, and then like I'm gonna struggle going back to Rust. I like it's weird. I like the idea of medieval Rust. I do, but like I don't know. I don't know. I like medieval Rust. I do. I like the idea of it. I like playing Rust. It's a beautiful game. But I don't know. I'm enjoying this game more. I'm just being honest. It pressures you less, and it doesn't have as much PvP harassment. It doesn't make me focus as much on whether somebody's trying to gank me or not. And then at the end of the month, I lose all of my work anyways. And I like Rust, but I think my reason to not play Rust should be like I want to see medieval. I think I do, but I'll just build like a basic 2x2, and I'm not going to stay there forever. I'm just going to log in. I'm going to see it. Maybe get in a sword fight with a shield might be really fun, and then leave. Because this game it doesn't. I mean, it does wipe your work, but not really. This game doesn't really wipe your work. No, I mean, it doesn't wipe your knowledge, and it doesn't wipe your BPs, and it doesn't wipe your skins. It only wipes the base. And to repair my weapons, I forgot about that. I don't have any acid, which is very bad. Very bad. Oh, good, I can repair, though. I can. Yay. Oh, good, okay. Well, so let's go. It's probably less crystals to just repair every time you come back, huh? Because it keeps asking me for crystals that are really hard to get. So if you let the guns wear down, it's a lot more expensive to fix them, I think. Yeah, this place. I like this place because you just kind of run the strip down. Yeah, there's like not much more to it. There's another place over there, like, challenge rewards. Yeah, I got challenge rewards. It always gives you microchips or whatever they are. Ship share, details. Yeah, details. The challenge rewards are always a power surge weapon mod, an unstable bomber weapon mod, electronic parts which are good, and energy link and weapon mod parts used to enhance weapon mods. Okay, so good. I'm full of materials, which I didn't think about. I'm going to drop those. His run got boring to me, and I'm going to get off of it now. I'm actually really glad I didn't buy the game. I can see it now, and I'm like, wow, this is an amazing fucking game. And while you would think it would be in my in my alley, and it is, I'm going to play this game, not for $60. No, not. I don't want to be a silly goose in this economy. No, I'd rather just save the money, spend it on something else. Like, honestly, there's other games that I want. There's games on my wish list right now. I've been thinking about buying Space Engineers. Or no, I have Space Engineers, actually. But I can't run Space Engineers because it'll lock me out of Once Human. But Space Engineers might be really cool because I've been thinking My God, I want to be able to live on a space station that has a really, really big viewport, and I can RP living on a space station. And I'm beginning to think there's only one game out there that'll let me do that, which is Space Engineers, and I've been thinking about going to that one. But also, I don't like Space Engineers that much. It's actually really a bad, bad time sink. Where are we now? We're. Oh yeah, we're here. We're here to buy microchips. Yeah. Trade. We will buy. Oh no, not Claytronics. No. I came to buy microchips, but you don't appear to have any. Oh, you don't have any, huh? Oh, okay. I thought you did. No. You say that you sell microchips. Where are we? Oh no no no! I have to go back and buy. I have to go back and buy. Okay. So I wish the autopilot would land. Why won't the autopilot land? It's so dumb. I mean, the pilot will land, but not the autopilot. It's dumb. The autopilot should land too. We're gonna go buy microchip from there for 757. And then sell down here at the Claytronics because they buy at 857. So let's go buy microchip. Yes, so go take an order. No. Yep. I want you to go out and buy microchips. If it's all the same, we'll just buy it from. If you sell them here, where do you sell them? You sell them here. I'd rather sell it in my home system and make them richer and make them do better. So yeah. So go here. You screwed up. I'm gonna try and tell you to do this again. I don't like giving orders. It seems like over and over again you have to click the person. And fuck, that's Ides Vanguard. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. That's why. So you, first of all, you won't do anything because I'm in the captain chair. But I need you to take the order to go. That's part of the reason why it's so annoying. Where are we now? Yeah. Oh, it's stormy. I can hear the wind blowing. Maybe it's snowing again. I don't know. Microchip factory. Yeah, I want you to dock and wait at the microchip factory. Yay, better. It's weird how much frame rate does for video games. Frame rate is king. Frames win games. I really believe this. Frames are just better. Alright, so I am here. Oops. Territory rating 339. So, Gaia Cliff Exclusion Zone. Look for the mystical crate and activate the rift anchor. I haven't activated the rift anchor here yet. No, that'll be easy to do if I can see it. I guess that blue thing. No, that blue is the teleportal. Where's the rift anchor? I don't see it. Maybe it's deep in there somewhere. Like, this is the end of the place, but maybe the rift anchor is somewhere else. I wish they would let you scan while you're soaring. Rift Anchor is probably in deep in there or on the other side of this, I guess. I haven't gone in down that way yet. I like this game more than Nightingale, unfortunately. I think this game got Nightingale's crowd share. Ooh, these guys are shooting at me, are they? I'm taking a lot less damage because my gear isn't broke. How's the ammo? I think it's okay for now. Someone else is here. Oh, that's him, yeah. Oh, he's friendly. Oops. Wait, what happened here? I didn't see any damage pop. Oh, that's annoying. I can't teleport there, but I can teleport home. And I can soar again, I guess. Can't tell if they're enemies or friends because they're like not obviously red or whatever. There. Can I shoot this guy? I can't tell. Will he see me? Oh no, he will now. Uh-oh. Gotta reload. Can I shoot you? No, he's not an enemy now. I love this game. It's so beautiful, and the frame rate's good, and the graphics are good. Ooh, there's something outside, I guess. So it's a ladder. Ladder. We love ladders. Oh, yes, we do. Okay, Reloading is too annoying. Mine. Oh, I thought it was somebody else. I was like, it's my loot, my loot. I could do both. I can play Rust and this game. It's just I have to put this game on my hard drive. And it doesn't play as well on my hard drive as it does Rust. Today's Tuesday. I guess tomorrow I will deal with that. Something blocking me from hitting him? Yeah. I'm gonna reload before I open. What's that about? How to break the thorns? Oh no. Do I have like a do you have to burn them or something? Maybe Molotov? I didn't know. I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't bring any. I think I've been recycling those or something. I really don't know. No, wait, no, there. I have one. Yeah, replace that. And then pull this. Hey, it worked. Yay. It hurt me, but it worked. I am burning, and it hurts, and I'm going to die, but I don't want to spend a thing. No, just keep healing. I'd rather you replace the heals than have to run back in here. There we go. Okay, blessing, blaze blessing, weapon, beryllium crystal, Molotov, copper. Wow, the loot does seem like important enough for me to read what it is. That's cool. Well, I'm glad I got the usage out of a Molotov. That's good. Gotta remember that chest is here. I can probably come in here every day and pop that chest with a Molotov. It has kind of a high price, but it has good loot. Wait. Oh, my logging chainsaw, yeah. But I still haven't been able to make another goddamn jackhammer, which is so annoying. Fire, damn it. That lot of good you're doing. Gunpowder. Ew, great. Oh, that's a lot of dudes. A lot of crates in here. I remember the last time I was here, I think some girl and I ran this. She had a hot voice. I remember her. She was nice. But she was also bossy like Begon. Whatever that was. That cord. What cord is that? Is my speaker cord? Is okay, well, keep it away from me. It's causing me problems. No wonder I've been bumping against this cord. Did you kill me? This cost me an adrenaline shot. This fucking cord. Come on, man. Hurry up, you move. What was this? That is not what I wanted. Activators, go. Go. Oh. I don't think I like used my sight in that side of that tunnel, and I think I probably should have. Where is the thing here? Where is this? Maybe it's oh no, here we go. Look for Mystical Crate and activate the Rift Anchor. Wait, so this is a different monument? Oh, okay. I like the design. It reminds me of old video games and how they used to be designed. Is that thing active? Yes, it is. Sometimes I wish Fallout 76 was more procedural like this. I mean, 76 is procedural, but only the loot and the items, not the maps. These maps aren't procedural either. But they're, yeah, like this map isn't any more procedural than 76 is, I suppose. It's just, I don't know, something about 76. It doesn't have the gameplay loop that I'm looking for the way this game does. It's weird, and it's the same game. I don't really see a difference. This game's made a lot better, and it has a lot less bugs. So is it over there? I don't know where this fucking... Where is this fucking Gaia Cliff Monolith Exclusion Zone? Gaia Cliff Monolith. Yeah, but where's the actual fucking Stardust Resonator thingy? I found this game to be more fun than Starfield, which is weird, because it's, I don't know, it's a lot like lot more finite than Starfield is. It ends and you get sick of the map probably faster or whatever. I don't know. Starfield gets very one and the same very quick. So, okay, I think I ran the whole monument, except I haven't found the mystical crate. There's a great one. Yeah, but I've already ran this. I think that's respawn. What? No, they're gonna kill me. No. I can't just keep pounding these adrenaline shots. They do too much damage too fast. It's so annoying. That guy took no damage. What was that? It's fine. I'll just come back in here. Where is the exclusion thing area for this or whatever? It's dumb. Oh well, the day's over anyways. I should be inside before the curse affects me. I'm learning that the time is... Well, I have a little bit more time. I will use it. Or, well, I don't know. I don't really care too much. Why are my shoes, like, brighter? I don't know. It's... I want to disassemble. Ooh, look at all that stuff. Yeah. Can I make a stupid thing yet? Or whatever, a jackhammer thingy. I've been resisting farming because I don't have the right tool. It's annoying. I need more illuminating. It's what I've all. I've got. Oh no, I'm out of metallic fiber. Explore the wilderness. It seems hard. I need a storage battery, but I don't know if I can make that either because I need acid. I need to keep running this over and over again. It's a fucking annoying. Monolith of Thirst Exclusion Zone. There's a whole monument to the southwest of me that I can just float to, but that it sort of ends soon because it's nighttime. Gonna put all these materials away now. Oh, game saved. Oh, are we here? Are we? Oh yeah, we're at the microchip factory. Nice. So buy microchips. Trade, and I want to buy a lot of microchips. 265 will fill me up. Yep. And then I will get up, and then I will go. I will send you. Yep, 757 for microchips. Did I get the right ship? I will take you, and I want you to go back to here. Yes, go to the Argonne Wharf. Dock and wait. Discarded? No, I don't want to discard. Oh, I may need to go to the river because I'm out of heals. Or am I out of heals? Yeah, I'm out of heals. I've used them all. So, simple healing ointment. 6 of them is good, but that's not enough. I need like a lot more than that. So, it's nighttime, is it? Maybe I'll take the curse and I'll go farming heals. I don't know. Maybe I should just try to make activators or whatever. Yeah, how many activators can we make? I have 14 worth. I'll make all the heals I can make, essentially. Yeah. And that takes poly, deoxidants, and activators and stuff. Yeah, how many activators can I make? Oh, man, can I make 24? No, I can make 4 because it needs acid. Maybe I should solve the acid problem now because it is kind of a problem. The heal problem would be nice if I could get around it. So let's take a look at solving the acid problem. Once human acid. How's this going? How much money do I have? I have $1 billion. I have some clears to do. Yes. Doing good. Get the mic a little bit closer. Thrashers. Let's take a swing at some thrashers. It is 11:50. Yeah. $4,500 hypercore. Good. I got my hypercore sale. And I'm taking care of business because that's something that I do have to keep my eyes on. I suppose I could go do faction warfare, but I don't want to worry about it, honestly. I lost my FFXI client somehow.
Americans will die in El Salvadoran prisons for their speech. America is so incredibly cooked, and yet half of America will defend us. Which, on that note, we did see people praising the idea and saying things like, let's see how the thugs of Chicago, Atlanta, New York, LA, etc. enjoy the vacation there. Now, what I will say is that the reality here is that we have very few details about this deal, which Rubio said would be forthcoming. And then actually, we just got a reminder that doing breaking news is the worst, because Rubio just touched on this situation during a visit to Costa Rica and backtracked a bit, with him now calling the offer very generous, but adding that the administration would need to study the proposal. But then, shortly after that, Trump himself pushed the other way, with him while speaking to the press in the Oval Office saying,
if we had the legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't know if we do or not. We're looking at that right now. But we could make deals where we'd get these animals out of our country.
With Trump also notably specifying that he was talking about people both coming into the country illegally as well as American citizens who were considered hardened criminals.
We're talking about getting the criminals out of our country that come in through other countries illegally, right? The illegal migrants, as I call them. Well, we have people that are just as bad as them in our country. If we could get them out, I'd be very happy. When I watch some of the crimes being committed in New York City and Chicago, look at Chicago, the volume of crime that they have, and the viciousness of the crimes. These people are horrible people. And if somebody thinks they're going to be wonderful citizens someday, they're wrong. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They're bad. These are hard, tough criminals. In many cases, they're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. But they're very dangerous. If I could get them out of the country and be in some other country where they're glad to have them because they make a small fee compared to what we pay to a private prison, or to, put them in one of our prisons that cost even more money, I think it would be great. I'd love to get them the hell out of our country. Thank you very much.
And so for now, we're just going to have to wait to see what the hell is going on.
Which does not contain
Thank
any
you,
unnecessary
Cayano.
stuff
I've liked to
and
sub
can
to your
be
channel.
saved as a blueprint. Many players were confused by the intricacies of the previous build, so I simplified the system. As you may have noticed, pure water and polluted water now stack to 1,000 units. Thanks to this, there is no real need for extra water tanks, so I removed them from the build. Each such module still consumes 132 watts of power and can produce up to 24 units of acid per hour, or 576 units per day. Since this is probably the last update to the build that I will publish, let's do a full breakdown of the math of acid production, so that no one has any questions. To produce acid, we must extract polluted water using water pumps, then convert it to impure acid using osmosis water purifier, and finally produce acid in brewing barrels. The most efficient setup is 1 osmosis water purifier, 10 water pumps, and 2 brewing barrels. The osmosis water purifier converts 2 polluted water into 1 impure acid in 1 minute of real time and has 4 input slots. This means it can process 8 polluted water per minute, or 480 units per hour. Each water pump extracts 4 polluted water every 5 minutes, or 48 units per hour. Accordingly, you will need exactly 10 pumps to fully fill the production capacity of 1 osmosis water purifier. The output will be up to 240 units of impure acid per hour. To produce 1 unit of acid in brewing barrels, you need 10 units of impure acid, 1 unit of pure water, and 20 minutes of real time. Since each brewing barrel has 4 input slots, it can process up to 120 units of impure acid per hour, producing up to 12 units of acid, so it takes 2 brewing barrels to process the 240 units of impure acid that we get from the osmosis water purifier. If you have the hydronaut fish deviant, it will speed up production significantly. For example, a hydronaut fish with a skill rating of 1 speeds up impure acid production from 1 minute to 52 seconds, and acid production from 20 minutes to about 17 minutes 30 seconds. You can get this deviant for completing Securement Silo EX1 in the Way of Winter scenario, and I will definitely post something featuring it when I have more data. As for now, before we get into building though, I would like to explain why we need wall-mounted pumps, as they are the most confusing ones. There are actually a few reasons for this. The first reason is that when the regular pumps are pressed to the ground, the build looks much neater. The second reason is that wall-mounted pumps serve as convenient terminals for connecting regular pumps with pipes and wires, which makes it easier to reinstall the build. The third reason is that each facility has a connection limit of 10 pipes, and if you connect all 10 to the osmosis water purifier, you will not be able to connect it to the water tank that is supposed to store impure acid. Let's build this farm, and then I will explain how it works again for beginners.
Okay. Deviated shops. Grow lights, fertilizers, dishes 2. I'm looking for deviated shops, but I don't see here. Oh, can I search for it? Deviated. No, I guess not. So maybe we can search for this in. Isn't there like a fucking I forget. Blackfell extraction permit 2. Where is the Blackfell region? Oh, Central Blackfell. So how do you use these items? Some of the stuff is non-intuitive and it's fucking annoying. Blackfell extraction permit. Okay. You can use Blackfell to trigger different weight on to respond to complete the basket words. Oh yeah, I think I'm out of shotgun shells. Yeah. Oh yeah, my Final Fantasy did not load. Play. Kind of wish I bought Suicide Squad for $3 because I thought that was actually like a bad deal. No. No. Oh, it's here. Oh, yes. New Xbox Game Pass game is a big hit. No. Half a million players. It's a skiing game. Oh, yeah, get the... Okay. Okay, so apparently there's some place on the fucking map. Oh, did I get the right sub? Yes, I did. Some place on the map that I've never been to before that lets you extract, and I'm supposed to be able to see them on the map, so I guess I'll look now. I didn't really know. Somebody bought my silver. So I need to make bullets, shotgun rounds, copper. Can I get better ammo at this point? Yeah, advanced ammunition 1 or 2. Yeah, I want to do 2. I want to make steel pistol bullets and all that now. Okay, so can we get steel AP rounds? Is that possible? Steel SMG. Can I get steel AP? Yes, you can. Copper, but I want steel SR. I want steel. So do I have to upgrade again? I probably do, but that's okay. Right now I can make that's like the best round that I can make. So I want steel sniper rifle ammo. Oh, good. I can make a fuck ton of it. Yeah, make me like 1,000 sniper rifle rounds so I really don't even have to worry about it. And then make steel shot. Ooh, there's a flamethrower in this game. That's cool. I wonder if it's good. Steel shotgun ammo. Yeah, I don't know. I don't need that much of this. Let's do like 1,900 rounds or something, so I don't have to worry about it for a while. 1,200 rounds. That'll take like 5 or 10 minutes to make, I think. Sent out because what? Because silver? Yeah, because no, because I'm out of fucking fire. I have to go sell. Okay, how's this going? We're here now, are we? Yeah, we're here, and I can probably sell. Yeah, I can probably sell. And then I will send her to sell microchips local, because I think she can. Nope. I don't know why, but I can't sell microchips here. You say that you buy microchips. Oh, no, you don't. Or is it a different one? Oh no, it's the Advanced Electronics Factory. Oops. Okay. Well then, you take me to. Oops. No. You get out of the seat. I went to the wrong place. Oops. And you go to the. Is it electronics? Wait. These places right next to each other sell. Ah, your autosave is so annoying. Game successfully saved. Good. And yes, so we will go. You sell microchips and you buy microchips, right? But where's So I want you to no, not the Vanguard. The oh, I have a drill mineral ship sitting here too. Forgot about you. You need to be out and working. Ice and second flashpoint. Check confirm. What was that sound? Oh, I'm done. Yeah. Yeah, I like this game more than Rust because it's not toxic. I know that medieval Rust will be toxic. I know what I want to go back to Rust for. It's to build a clan, and I don't want to do that because I know that I can't give them any commitment. It's stupid. The social side of Rust is dead to me now, and this is a superior game. I don't know if I will do medieval Rust. It's sort of dumb. Good, you're taking off. I need you to go over to the microchip factory. Is that the right one? Yeah, you did you turn off trade? Because I can't see any fucking things anymore. There we go. So it's hard to tell which one's like buys. 4 hours and 40 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to go to the Advanced Electronics Factory. Talk and wait. Oh, I'm still up under Final Fantasy. Oops. Need to change to Once Human. There we go. Yeah. Once Human. Once Human. This viewership is dropping, which is annoying. Oh, Anime God gave me a sub 4 hours ago. Thank you so much, Anime God. I appreciate it. Thank you, Anime. Thank you for the resub, Anime. Thank you for the resub. Okay, so, yeah, and then, and we changing it to Once Human, and then on the live stream, we take a look. Oops, did you turn on the sound? Yes, you did, but I want you in on 60 live. Edit for Once Human. Once Human, save, and then so yes, and then you have to make sales, and I will listen to the rest of this PDF video.
And of course, in the meantime, What are your thoughts? And then I've got more news for you in just a moment. But first, this Valentine's Day, whether you're married, single, celebrating friendships, or lost in a situationship, everyone deserves a little love. And while today's sponsor, MeUndies, can't fix your love life, they can wrap you in ridiculously comfy undies and loungewear. With tons of Valentine's prints and styles you can match with your partner or
We
friend.
did watch this, didn't we? Yeah, I think I did actually watch the whole thing, didn't I? BioWare's getting eviscerated.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and a couple, I would say a month, a little bit ago, we talked about a massive hack in the U.S. Treasury, and it was all about this Chinese organization known as Salt Typhoon basically getting into one of the most important federal agencies in the country. So since then, there's been some updates. The office, the actual cybersecurity agency of the U.S., CSIA, actually went in and said, yeah, we're going to be sanctioning this one company associated with this super scary Chinese government-associated hacker group known as Salt Typhoon. And of course, the person they named was Yin Keshing, a Shanghai-based actor, and of course, they put him on the OFAC, which is a sanction list that contains some of the most hated people of the United States. So cyber attackers, terrorists, just bad organizations. And this guy is forever immortalized right now on the OFAC.
Oh no.
Now, I would talk more about this if it wasn't for the fact that Elon Musk is a winner, boys. Elon is probably one of the most impressive dudes that I've seen buy his way into a presidency. And again, there's a lot of people that hate the guy, but to be honest with you, I almost in some villainous way respect it. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, the new president has come in, and of course, alongside that, there's a new government agency called Doge. Now, if you haven't seen Doge's website, well, unfortunately, I have been blocked. I cannot access doge.gov. And of course, as much as I try to, it is an inaccessible website. But thanks to the Wayback Machine, you can in fact confirm this is an official website of the United States government. The people voted for major reform. And of course, at some point earlier down the road, they had this AI fart of a Shiba Inu. I don't understand why Dogecoin is worth 27 cents per coin. This should actually be higher than Bitcoin's $99,000, okay? I mean, at least Dogecoin is now forever immortalized as an advisory agency to the U.S. government. Now, for anybody that doesn't know what Doge is a temporary organization underneath the Doge Service, formerly known as the United States Digital Service. Doge is not a federal executive department, which again, if you've ever studied any thing about the United States government, I think the U.S. government is probably one of the coolest structured governments in the world. There's three branches: the legislative, the executive, and of course the judicial branch. And from my understanding, it is the Congress, which would be part of the legislative branch, that has the ability to create new federal agencies. This is kind of an agency that's, again, designed more of an advisory commission, something that still requires U.S. government approval. And of course, its purpose is to reduce wasteful spending and eliminate unnecessary regulations, which, to be honest, I personally think is kind of a noble goal. There's a lot of wastage that happens in every government. And sometimes if you look through the budget list, you might find a few things that you might wonder, am I really sending millions of dollars to this random nonsense? Let's cut that out. It's kind of like the U.S. government's effectively, if this is treated the right way, getting fucking audited. Now, again, it would be cool in theory, but obviously stuff like this may be more politically motivated. It might not be perfect. But why did I start this video off with the whole U.S. Treasury and the Chinese hack? Well, it wasn't for no reason, ladies and gentlemen. It is because currently it appears that Elon Musk now has access to the United States Treasury system. So if you've been kind of following what's been happening the last couple days, Doge gains access to sensitive Treasury data, apparently including things like Social Security and the Medicare payment system. So this is a huge, huge deal, and Elon's been kind of going through the system and talking about it. The Doge team discovered that amongst many things, payment approval officers at the Treasury were instructed to always approve payments, even to known fraudulent or even terrorist groups. They literally never denied a payment in their entire career, not even once. Now, of course, if this is true, if the evidence provided is right, that's actually kind of scary. Now, for people who are, again, investigating this, and there's been, again, journalists who are on the ground looking at this entire kerfuffle, they have said the civil servants who oversee the OPMs, Information Technology Services, were instructed to provide access to Musk's associates. According to the OPM staffers who spoke to Muskwatch, which is an organization that watches one of the richest dudes in the world and just sees their actions, one of these staffers received an email from the agency's new leadership instructing to give access to the team a admin user, which meant code read and write permissions. So they have access to the code itself, which means they can make updates to anything that they want. Now, obviously, this is a pretty scary situation. And
okay,
really
northeast of me.
things like politics. This is not really my wheelhouse, but I do make content that is focused on cybersecurity material. And for people that are in the cybersecurity world, this is a scary situation for really
It's
anybody.
8 in the
almost
morning.
like
Oh,
a
I have
doomsday
curse,
scenario.
and I want to get it off
To give
me.
you an idea, I don't work in the federal government. In fact, I haven't worked in any federal government. But I do know people that obviously are adjacent and have worked in these organizations. And usually there is a lot of background checking, a lot of security clearances. And generally speaking, when you've got a guy that's generally a foreign national, even though I think Elon's a U.S. citizen, when you don't really have everything set in stone, it is really scary to give your information up to a foreign person, right? Again, the Chinese guys were super duper bad for hacking into the treasury, but you also shouldn't be giving somebody else nearly complete mythic access to one of the most secure facilities, or should be one of the most secure agencies in the country. I mean, you literally gave the guy access to your wallet. It's like me giving my credit card to somebody and just trusting them with it. I mean, this is a pretty scary situation. And again, you know, I feel like for most people, and again, I'm more of a conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat type of guy when it comes to this shit, I would be pretty worried, okay? Genuinely speaking. And the fact that I'm seeing people argue about whether this is right or wrong is a little bit worrying, okay? I think everybody should band together and be like, yeah, I don't think we should be giving anybody access to this unless they have been very much vetted. Now, about after a day that this broke out, you know, this whole kerfuffle, this whole magical usurping of the U.S. Treasury systems, Wired wrote an interesting article where they actually revealed the names of some of the engineers that are aiding what they call a government takeover. So the young engineers involved in all this, the experts, I guess, in this situation, involved Akash Baba, Edward...
I'm going to get a drink real quick. Ice. So, bruise on my ankle for some reason. Bang my ankle pretty bad. Think about that. That's actually not a bad plan. What did I do with that straw? I guess I can just shake it. Yeah. Okay. Frosted. Got some fresh snow. Oh, yeah. Much better. Nothing like free ice.
Edward Korstein, Luke Ferreter, Gautier Killian, Gavin Kliger, and Ethan Shoutron. What in the hell is that? What in the Mortal Kombat hell is that last name? I mean, I know my last name is Anus, for crying out loud, but come on now. But again, no joke over here. I was looking into more of these people, and it turns out, again, the more and more I look into it, these people, ever since they've been basically, outed by a lot of these journalist groups and basically the internet. And again, for anybody saying this is doxing necessarily, giving out a first, last name in this situation isn't so much doxing. And remember, when you do work for, again, a federal agency, when you do work, well, this wouldn't technically be one, but when you do work in the public sector, when you do work in the government, you're effectively a doxed individual, and transparency is very much a key requirement, especially when you're involved in such sensitive systems. I have no issue with people, again, having their names out, all right? If I worked in a sensitive part of the government, I would probably expect that you, again, would expect my name to be public information. But now that it's out there, again, these individuals started effectively scrubbing their information. For instance, this Akash Baba guy, when I was looking at who this person was, there was a podcast that was uploaded over here where they talked about actually working at an internship for Meta, which I thought was pretty cool. Companies like Palantir, super duper interesting stuff that when you start off with in your resume, you're basically set for life. So I started looking up this podcast, and lo and behold, shit's just getting removed. Okay? When I started looking up this Edward guy, for instance, Edward Korstein, this individual apparently looks, again, hairdo all aside, relatively young looking dude. I mean, goddamn. If you're wondering, man, Muda, isn't this guy a little too young to be working inside or just be planted in at the Treasury? I don't know, dude. I have no idea, but Sonic's right. Remember, you did this to yourself. If you voted for this, I guess. Luke Ferreter, again, a young individual who is somebody that focuses on robotics, machine learning, embedded systems, software engineering, and they work for places like Marble Technologies, Blue River. Again, seems like a pretty interesting, again, resume. But again, going in further into it, the amount of, deletions and the amount of privacy like, or lockdowns on Twitter and things like that are things that I genuinely do question as to why they're happening. Cole Killian, a website that I looked up through the Wayback Machine, ended up leading me to, again, Cole's, I assume to be website, where they talk about their memetics adjacents to utilitarianism, effective altruism, rationalism, closed individualism. And again, some of the books that have influenced them are Superintelligence, Gaming the Future, Rationality, A to Z. But one of the recommended posts that I wanted to read was Don't Be a Maxi, because I, of course, have an interest in the cryptocurrency scene. And they do talk about their connection and their, not being a maxi for Bitcoin and everything, so on and so forth. I think, again, if you're interested in
I don't know what a
reading
maxi
some of the
is.
stuff, the Wayback Machine is a beautiful, beautiful piece of tech. And of course, our friend Ethan Shoutron is apparently a Harvard senior that is developing an AI schedule assistant called Spark. I love this dude, by the way. AI note taker. My next goal is to onboard 3 large enterprises and have them using Spark at a company-wide level, which means I'm on a lot of calls. I use an AI note taker to make sure I just stay focused on the call and not get distracted by writing things down. These note takers describe the conversation and make a summary that is easy to refer to later. I really hope the best in this guy's business endeavors, dude. Honestly, that might be the only AI tool that I could probably consider using at the actual workplace. That might actually be helpful, okay? So again, the U.S. Treasury has basically been twinked up at the moment, all right? Wild stuff indeed. And the thing about it is, too, obviously there's been, again, a severe amount of backlash, which, again, you can understand why it comes out to when people are wondering, whoa, why are we just letting unregistered people, unverified individuals, into a pretty sensitive part of the government? Again, as somebody that has made content focusing on cybersecurity, at the end of the day, there is nothing more dangerous than, not having, a foreign country hacking you. If we just have people invading in and allegedly installing servers and hard drives into one of the most sensitive parts of the country. Again, like I said earlier before I went down this tirade, it's a cybersecurity nightmare. People don't know what kind of code is running on these servers that are, again, owned and operated by the federal government that could work for you. So when it came to another different office, this was the Defendant Office of like the Personal Management, which is a different department in the U.S. Federal agencies. But one of the actual lawsuits actually brought up Elon Musk and the possibility for an unknown OPM email server. So according to this lawsuit, somewhere on the 27th of January, an OPM employee unknown posted to a union chat, which was later posted on like Reddit. And then according to this Reddit message, an OPM employee for nearly a decade and a Fed for almost 20 years, incoming political appointees have sent numerous requests to all the agencies to collect information on government employees. The Reddit message further specifies instructions say to send these lists to Amanda Scales. But Amanda is not actually an OPM employee, she works for Elon Musk. According to her LinkedIn page, she works for XAI, which is obviously Elon's AI company. And according to the Reddit message in particular, our CIO, Melvin Brown, also a non-political career public servant, was pushed aside just 1 week into his tenure because he refused to set up email lists to send out direct communication to all career civil servants. Such communications are normally left up to each agency. Instead, an on-prem email server was set up. Someone literally walked into our building, plugged in an email server to our network to make it appear that emails were coming from OPM. It's been the one sending those various test messages you've all seen. We think they're building a massive email list for all federal employees to generate mass RIF notices down the road. Again, just from a cybersecurity perspective, if this lawsuit is true, this is a pretty scary situation that should alarm pretty much anybody living. It shouldn't really be a political topic. You just shouldn't allow unknown servers to even exist, especially when it comes to government, offices. You should be asking questions. You should be wondering what is actually running on these servers. What's going on? Why are these people in some of the most sensitive parts of the country? Especially systems that have your personal information on them, systems that involve Medicare, Social Security, a lot of these things. Now, unfortunately, there have been crazy Reddit boards like r/whitepeopletwitter, which of course has been banned. Obviously, Elon had a bit of a spat with this. And again, I never even knew that there was a board called White People Twitter to begin with before this day, which I think is a wild name. Like, imagine having like a board like Black People Twitter, Indian People Twitter, just like insane shit. So of course they started posting things like Musk's Doge henchmen have been identified. And they said some real wild shit on here. Their names drag their fucking bodies. I'll say it. This needs to be, I can't even read this on YouTube because it literally is like promoting actual violent calls. Again, if you're fet posting like this, if you're actually typing this on the internet, congratulations. When the FBI knocks on your fucking door, don't be surprised. No one's going to be defending you. This is not the way to react in these situations. And again, it shows like how unhinged some people get with stuff like this. You should be asking questions. You should be asking for, again, the federal agencies to be investigating this. The fact that this happened and the FBI isn't doing anything about it should have you asking some pretty serious questions. But acting like this is just actually unhinged. Now again, at the end of all this, the most important aspect to talk about is if that team really does have full access to the federal payment system. You, as a taxpayer, should probably question that, right? Like, if you give money to the Internal Revenue Service, hey, I do too every year, but if you're a citizen of the country, you should probably ask questions why a private individual has this much access. And why the government let it occur. This is clearly almost, if you wanted to really go to the extreme extrapolation, it's almost like a coup. It's almost like usurping actual straight up real power. And what more power is there than basically having access unfettered to the entire financial system of the federal government? That is really, really freaky. There is no hacker in the world that can do even more wild shit than what you just saw here. I literally cannot even cover a story. I don't even think there can ever exist a story bigger than this. That's why I said I really do have some serious villainous respect for somebody like Elon Musk. The guy literally can never be president of the U.S. He wasn't born in the country. But goddamn, he's the president to me. This guy has the fucking power. This guy is the winner. If another billionaire walked in, I don't even think they'd make it all the way halfway through the hallway without having a shot to the head. But this guy can spend literally a pittance of his actual money and basically effectively run what is the largest country in the world. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty fucking insane. That, one day there's going to be a movie made about this, I promise you. And this guy is gonna be the fucking focal point of it. I honestly
Elonga.
in some way, the biggest winner that I've ever seen, dude. This is this guy's fucking year. This statement might age poorly for him, but to be honest, the way that things are going, I really do think this guy's just gonna keep on winning and winning and winning. And there is no amount of Path of Exile 2 controversies that can stop it from happening.
Nope.
Now, obviously, there have been some pushback to this as well. For instance, an organization, Public Citizen, actually issued a real complaint, a lawsuit, from my understanding, to the, again, the U.S. Treasury for even allowing this, where they basically said the Plaintiffs Alliance for Retired Americans, Federation of Government Employees, people that really do have the most benefit from this stuff, they are basically, going at it, right? They're filing this action against, the Department of Treasury, the Bureau of Fiscal Services, the agencies of the United States, for declaratory and injunctive relief to halt defendants' unlawful, ongoing, systemic, and continuous disclosure of personal and financial information contained in, defendants' records to Elon Musk and other members of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or to any other person. And honestly, using the legal system like this is probably the best vector of attack for something like this, because yes, like I said throughout all this, the most important thing is your personal information being accessed by a private party, okay? Again, I don't think this should ever be a weirdly politicized issue. I think if anybody comes into, again, something this important, you as a citizen should just question it, okay? You really should. You should critically think why somebody should be able to buy themselves in to effectively the wallet of the United States. It doesn't really make sense, does it, right? Like, when you really think about it out loud, no matter how this is built,
I shouldn't have taken my jacket off. It's so cold.
Going through the Doge department to, again, cut wasteful government spending, which I think is a really noble goal. I do genuinely see the value in that. But you can't just go in and do whatever you want without, again, having some level of checks and balances, which, may I remind you, is what the government is effectively built off of. And it's why the government is super duper impressive. But as of this even happening, there are other things that have me genuinely a little bit worried too. There's this one bill that I saw being passed, which is, again, notified as the Decoupling America's AI Capabilities from China Act of 2025. And this is very much off topic, but going into this, it really is a bill that, from what I can read, has people genuinely, under the threat of criminal, prosecution if they decide to assist possible AI models like DeepSeek down the road. So I was reading into it, right? Chapter 124, Research and Development that benefits the PRC. And when you're going into unlawful acts, a U.S. person may not intentionally conduct, attempt, or conspire to conduct or aid and abet in conducting research and development of AI or generative AI within the PRC, or an entity of concern on behalf of an entity of concern in collaboration with an entity of concern, or a national of the PRC on behalf of a national of the PRC in collaboration with a national of the PRC. So again, since this is an open source model, it makes me wonder just how overreaching this bill could be. And if the US government is trying to jump down and killing open source technologies, that is something you should also be questioning, right? I don't think your freedom should be restricted, and I also don't think your private information should effectively be up for sale. And there's probably going to be people that end the video off with them saying,
multi-bounce.
I already had access to the information anyways. I don't care. And I'll say complacency is probably one of the worst things you can have. If you care about your freedoms, if you care about your privacy, if you care about your autonomy, and if you care about your position in the world, you should fight for the most basic things in the world. And having your private information remain private, or at least protected by the federal government to some extent, should be something you go for. You should be asking questions as to what kind of weird servers and code is being injected into the wallet of the United States. But if you don't care, then you don't care. But if you do care, then maybe you should start asking those questions. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I would say this is one of the biggest hacks that I've ever seen. But is it really a hack when the guy just had the doors open for him anyways, very transparently? I guess. It's insane. I am out.
By billionaires. The Trump administration is moving this country very aggressively into an authoritarian society.
Yep.
Where the rule of law and our Constitution are being ignored and undermined in order to give more power to the White House and the billionaires who now control our government. The Trump administration is moving this country very rapidly toward a kleptocracy, where the function of government is not to serve the needs of ordinary people, but to enrich those who are in power. Mr. President, I think that today is a very good day to recall what one of our great presidents said at Gettysburg in November of 1863. Looking out at a battlefield where thousands of Union soldiers had just sacrificed their lives in the defense of freedom and the ending of slavery, Abraham Lincoln famously stated, and I quote, "The world will no longer remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did, the soldiers did here. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain." And this is how he concluded: "That this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." Government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Mr. President, I fear very much that under President Trump, we are not seeing a government of the people, by the people, for the people, but rather a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. And what is really interesting is that none of this is happening behind closed doors. It's not being done in secret. It's right out there for everybody to see. Several weeks ago, Donald Trump was inaugurated for a second term as president. Standing right behind him were the three richest men in America: Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg. Combined, these three men are worth $920 billion. These three men own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million people. Three guys, 170 million people. And I should point out, and this should tell you exactly where we are going as a nation, these three men, wealthiest three in America, have become some $232 billion richer since Trump was elected a few weeks ago. Three guys, $232 billion richer since Trump was elected. Mr. President, this is how an oligarchic system works. Elon Musk, the wealthiest person in the world and now a key part of the Trump administration, spent over $277 million to get Trump elected. In other words, within a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires to spend as much as they want, he helped buy the election for Mr. Trump. Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, the second and third wealthiest people in our country, both kicked $1 million each into Trump's inauguration fund. And let us remember that Mr. Bezos, who among other things owns the Washington Post, rescinded the endorsement of that paper for Kamala Harris just before the election. Mr. Bezos was showing early on that he was willing to bend the knee for Donald Trump. Mark Zuckerberg, the founder and CEO of Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, agreed to settle a lawsuit with Trump for $25 million. These three multi-billionaires are working with Trump for one very simple reason. They understand that Trump's policies are designed to make the very wealthiest people in this country even richer. Since Trump's election, Mr. Musk has become $154 billion richer. Not bad in a couple of weeks' time. He earned a great investment. He only spent a couple of $100 million on the election, and now he's $154 billion richer. Mr. Bezos has become $35 billion richer, and Mr. Zuckerberg has become $43 billion richer. Mr. President, I am concerned not only about the growing movement toward oligarchy in this country, but I am deeply worried that under the leadership of President Trump, we are moving rapidly towards authoritarianism. And all over this country, people are alarmed and shocked by what they have seen in the last several weeks. Just a few examples, just a few. Last week, President Trump attempted to suspend all federal grants and loans in direct violation of the U.S. Constitution and federal law. As every third grader in America knows, or I hope knows, the power of the purse in the United States belongs to Congress, not the president. Yes, the president can recommend legislation to Congress. The president can veto legislation that Congress has passed. But he does not have the power to unilaterally terminate funding and legislation that has been passed by the U.S. Congress. That is a dangerous and blatantly unconstitutional act. And I should add that Trump's blocking of federal funding would have had a horrific impact on millions of Americans who utilize programs like Medicaid, Head Start, community health centers, Meals on Wheels, homeless veterans programs, and many, many other initiatives. Tens of millions of Americans, including some of the most vulnerable in our country, were impacted by that decision. But that's not all. A few days ago, Trump fired 17 inspectors general, independent government watchdogs that were created by Congress in the wake of the Watergate scandal to prevent the abuse of power by the executive branch. Last week, President Trump fired a member of the National Labor Relations Board, and in so doing, effectively neutered the only federal agency in America with the authority to hold corporations accountable for illegal union busting and to protect the constitutional right of millions of workers who want to join unions in order to earn better wages, working conditions, and benefits. Not only is that move blatantly illegal, it is exactly what Elon Musk, the owner of Tesla, and Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, have been fighting for months. They don't like unions. And what Mr. Trump has given them is the opportunity to make it much, much harder for workers to organize in their companies. President Trump also illegally fired members of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the only independent commission in our country that protects workers.
Please reload! Jesus Christ, you take so long to reload.
And what should upset every American, no matter whether you're conservative, moderate, progressive, is that in direct violation of the Constitution and federal law, Trump is intimidating the media with lawsuits against ABC, CBS, Meta, and the Des Moines Register. His FCC is now threatening to investigate PBS and NPR. What Trump is essentially saying to every media outlet in America, if you say or do anything that is critical of me, that displeases me, you may be subject to a lawsuit or a federal investigation. If that is not a direct attack on the First Amendment, on the U.S. Constitution and free speech in our country, I don't know what is. But that is not all. Elon Musk and his unelected minions at Doge have forced out officials of the Treasury Department and illegally shut down USAID, a program which, among other things, helps feed and provide medical help to starving and desperate children all over the world. Presidents, much less unelected billionaires, do not have the unilateral right to shut down federal agencies established by Congress. And when we talk about
Oh, I thought you were reloaded.
authoritarianism
Ah, damn it, that ate him mad.
that we are seeing in this country now, let us not forget Trump's pardon of the January 6th insurrectionists who injured 174 police officers right here, right outside this floor. Even worse, not only did he pardon those people, but Trump is undermining the FBI by actually investigating the agents there who helped bring these violent criminals to justice. Imagine that. Pardoning the people who broke the law and investigating the people who upheld the law. That is not what America is supposed to be about. And Mr. President, under Trump, we are rapidly moving toward a kleptocracy as well. Just before the president was inaugurated, he and his wife launched their own cryptocurrency coins, giving them the potential to earn many billions of dollars. If Wall Street CEOs tried to bribe the president with a bag full of money, that would be illegal. That's against the law. But now they don't have to do that. Today, if a multi-billionaire, the head of a foreign country, wants to curry favor with the president, all they have to do is buy his cryptocurrency coins, and when they do that, they are directly enriching Mr. Trump. So, Mr. President, the question that millions of Americans are asking is, given the move toward oligarchy, given the move toward authoritarianism, given the movement toward kleptocracy, where do we go from here? What should we as Americans be doing? And let me tell you what I think and what most Americans think. And that is, instead of moving toward an economy which is designed to benefit the very richest people in our country, we have got to create an economy and a government that works for all of us, not just for Mr. Musk or Mr. Bezos or Mr. Zuckerberg. Mr. President, at a time of massive wealth and income inequality, we have never had more income and wealth inequality than we have had right now. It is beyond stupidity to provide more tax breaks to the very richest people in our country, and then to pay for those tax breaks by cutting back on Medicaid and other programs desperately needed by working families all across this country. That is what we should not be doing. But let me take a moment to tell you what we should be doing. At a time when 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured in our broken healthcare system, We have got to do what every other major country on earth does, and that is guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. That's what we've got to do. At a time when 1 out of 4 Americans cannot afford the outrageously high prices that the pharmaceutical industry charges, we have got to end the absurdity of the American people paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We have got to cut the cost of medicine in this country in half, making it comparable with what the rest of the world is paying. Mr. President, the federal minimum wage today is $7.25 an hour. That is a starvation wage. Well, 60% of our people, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. We must raise that minimum wage to a living wage.
Oh, Bernie, I love you. Please
at
save
least
us.
$17 an hour. If you work 40 hours
Oh,
a
Bernie
week
Sanders,
in the
please
richest
save
country
us.
on earth, you should not be living in poverty. Mr. Musk and Mr. Bezos want to make it harder for workers to join unions. Well, we have got to do exactly the opposite. Make it easier for workers to join unions by passing the PRO Act. At a time when we need the best educated workforce in the world, we need to have the best public schools in the world. And among other things, that means we need to substantially raise teachers' salary. We need to attract the best and the brightest young people into education, and we do that, among other things, by making sure that no teacher in America earns less than $60,000 a year. We also radically reform our broken child care system so the little kids in this country get the quality care they need and the workers there are adequately compensated. Mr. President, all over this country, from Vermont to LA, we have a major housing crisis. And it's not just the 800,000 Americans who are homeless. It's millions of working families who are spending 40, 50, or 60% of their limited incomes on housing. Instead of spending almost $1 trillion a year on a wasteful and bloated Pentagon budget, we have got to build millions of units of low income and affordable housing. And when we do that, we put large numbers of American workers to work at good paying union jobs. Mr. President, I have heard time and again from Mr. Trump's supporters that the president won the election and he has been given this huge mandate, just an overwhelming mandate to do whatever he wants. Well, no president has the right to move us to oligarchy, authoritarianism, or kleptocracy. But more important, let us not forget that while Trump did win this election, he actually received 4 million votes fewer votes than Biden did in 2020 when Biden won the election. So here we are. Where do we go? What do we do? I think now is the time for the American people to come together, to not allow those who want to divide us up by the color of our skin, or our sexual orientation, or where we were born. That's what they want to do. They want to divide us up. Now is the time for us to come together like never before and make certain we do not move toward oligarchy, make certain we do not move toward authoritarianism or a kleptocracy. And most importantly, in the richest country in the history of the world, we must understand that we have the capability of providing a decent life for all of our people. We can do that when we stand together and we don't let folks divide us up. And with that, Mr. President, I will yield the floor.
It was good, Bernie. It was good.
Hey everyone, what's up? Welcome back. I got a brand new game to show you today.
Thank you,
It's called
Force
Vault
Gaming.
Breakers.
I've
This
liked
is
and
a
subbed to your channel.
hardcore top-down PvEVP ARPG. So the basic premise here is that the game blends MOBA-style characters and combat with large open maps full of points of interest, PvE camps with groups of enemies and bosses to fight. There's plenty of resources and loot for you
Oh
to
look,
collect,
it's
along
V
with the
Rising without the
ever-persistent threat
terrible
of
sunlight
PvP,
mechanic.
as everything just mentioned has the extraction genre framework all layered on top of it. So last Friday, they kicked off a weeks-long playtest, which I've spent the past few days playing myself. The game is still clearly in early development, but I gotta say, I've really enjoyed what I've seen thus far. Combat is responsive and skill-based. Again, it feels a lot like playing a MOBA. There's lots of interesting PvE elements on top of that, with all these different points of interest and enemy camps to explore, and actually like full-on boss encounters with like different mechanics and stuff for you to pay attention to and dodge. There's layers upon layers of progression systems, and the PvP element also adds a nice level of tension to the entire thing. Yeah, I've been in...
It looks like a solution to people who grew up on League of Legends and can't get out of that, but I don't like isometric. And I'll stand right by that. It was a good video, though. Thank you, Force Gaming, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked and subbed to your channel. There's a bunch of good stuff here. So we'll do Hasanabi, Never Knows Best, Free Investing. I've never heard of him. Oh my god, Disney Plus put ads in premium, which just makes it worthless. The insane D&D leak scandal gets worse. I gaslit far-right Twitter into being woke. It just sounds so tribal war. I don't really want to hear it, though. I don't think you had an effect upon them. Is weed worse than gambling? What? Tips I learned the hard way in Fallout 76. Let's do that. That's enough. Let's fire it off.
So Donald Trump is basically just moving it further to the right. And then the next administration,
what else is new?
If it is a Democrat, if the Democrats ever win
If they ever win ever again.
Okay. Will most likely not reverse those decisions again. That's the one thing that the Democratic Party gives a shit about. Like, I'm telling you right now, the American government is absolutely going to come after people for the lightest shit. Yeah. Trump is going to hold a press conference with Prime Minister Netanyahu today. He's already talked about how, the Gaza situation is just not working, and he wants to do a mass transfer, which is obviously genocide.
Yeah, I would like to see Jordan. I'd like to see Egypt take some look. The Gaza thing has not worked. It's never worked. And I feel very differently about Gaza than a lot of people. I think they should get a good, fresh, beautiful piece of land, and we get some people to put up the money to build it and make it nice and make it habitable and enjoyable and make it a home.
They don't want to leave, though. How can you say they don't want to leave?
I don't know how they could want to stay. It's a demolition site. It's a pure demolition site. If we could find the right piece of land or numerous pieces of land and build them some really nice places, there's plenty of money in the area, that's for sure. I think that would be a lot better than going back to Gaza, which has had just decades and decades of death.
Where would those pieces of land be?
Well, they
Those
could
Arab
be in
countries
Jordan,
that
and they
were-
could be in Egypt, and they could be in other places. You could have more than two, more than one, but you could have more than two. A place that could be very beautiful and safe and nice. Gaza's been a disaster for decades.
Would the U.S. pay for that?
I
Or
don't think
contribute?
I don't
You
think
guys
the
have
UN would
contributed.
pay, but I think there's plenty of people that would in the area. They have a lot of money.
I wonder who made it a demolition site with whose weapons. I think what should be more concerning to people is that they're saying that the Gaza population is now 1.7 million people, meaning over 600,000 Palestinians in Gaza are currently unaccounted for. I think it's pretty wild that Donald Trump is in the simplest terms talking about mass ethnic transfer, which is ethnic cleansing.
Yeah.
And there's not like
He's not
there's
not
like
hiding
a lot
it.
of
There's
pushback
not-
against it.
No, there
Which
should be.
is expected, to be fair, because when Joe Biden would say, Joe Biden wouldn't say like, "Oh, we got to move these Palestinians out of here; they got to go somewhere else." But like when he was defending Israel turning Gaza into, in Trump's words, a demolition site, they also didn't question that either. But hey, yeah, I think there isn't pushback because he's just stating in plain terms what our policy goals have always been without the doublespeak of the Democrats. But yeah, I genuinely believe that he's stupid enough to not understand that he's advocating for ethnic cleansing. No, I think he doesn't care. That's why someone said, what if they don't want to leave? A lot of Gazans don't want to leave. If you're wondering why Gazans don't want to leave the Gaza Strip, well, it's because the last time that they left their homes, they were never allowed to return. So for Palestinians, it's even, that kind of thing is obviously a significant part of their history and their identity. Their entire national identity revolves around being forcibly displaced from their homes. Anyway, Witkoff had a take on this after. White House National Security Advisor, when asked about Trump's proposal to clean out Gaza, I would push back on the characterization of cleaning out Gaza. I think President Trump is looking at this from a humanitarian standpoint. You have these people that are sitting with literally thousands of unexploded ordnance and piles of rubble. At some point, we have to look realistically. How do we rebuild Gaza? What does it look like? What's the timeline? I think a lot of people, we're looking at very unrealistic timelines. We're talking about 10, 15 years, not 5 years. And so that is what we have to work through. That's sort of what we'll work through. I don't necessarily know what that means, but Trump's Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, when the president talks about clearing it out, he talks about making it habitable. Witkoff also says they're in phase 2 of the deal. We're focused on ensuring that the phase 1 ends as it should, that all hostages who are part of that deal come home, including bodies. Meanwhile, during the phase 1 process, when there's supposed to be a so-called ceasefire, Israel is predictably, bombed, as far as I understand, certain parts of Gaza. Trump was literally saying the other day that rebuilding over the land in Gaza had real potential. Yeah. They've been focused on the West Bank, which gets zero coverage. There's also that aspect of it, too. Another thing is, it's also about land ownership. If Palestinians leave Gaza somewhere else, they will have no stake in their own fates and will likely always be a lower class wherever they go. Yeah, they're in, there are already tens of millions of Palestinians that live in diaspora permanently with no means of ever coming back. And even in certain instances visiting their families, you know what I mean? Their freedom to travel back to their ancestral homeland is permanently limited. If you're a Jewish person with no connection to that area whatsoever, and you grew up in any other part of the planet, you can go and live there, okay, with ease. But if you're Palestinian and your grandpa still lives in Gaza, you're gonna have a very hard time. You're probably not gonna be able to see your grandparents. Okay, your freedom even to travel to the West Bank is restricted. When you're inside of the West Bank, your freedom of movement is restricted. How are they planning on moving 1.7 million Palestinians who refuse to leave? Will he just keep bombing? The displaced Palestinians will also be used as a justification to invade Jordan and Egypt under the excuse that the resistance is operating from there, so they're invading for security reasons. Yeah, there's also that. Also, Donald Trump signs an executive order withdrawing the United States from the UN Human Rights Council and UNRWA.
In light of numerous actions taken by a number of bodies of the United Nations, which exhibited deep anti-American bias, we have an executive order.
You know what's crazy about this, by the way? Like, liberals who say, well, guess what, pro-Palestinians, you deserve this for voting for Jill Stein. Number one, Jill Stein, no motion, okay? Even if all Jill Stein voters voted for Kamala Harris still would have lost. That's number one. Number two, you know which administration also pulled UNRWA funding after Israel lied and said October 7? The Biden administration. He's just making it permanent. This is yet another glaringly obvious example of like the uniparty principles of American foreign policy. Okay? And not only is it uniparty, but what did I also tell you? It only becomes worse, right? It only becomes more right-wing. Oftentimes, the Democratic Party will not undermine the decisions of the previous administration, like with Donald Trump doing the Abraham Accords and numerous other pro-Israel things that greatly destabilized the region and caused October 7, as I pointed out many times over in my coverage over the past 16 months. Biden's involvement before October 7 was not actually reversing any of the decisions that the Trump administration had made and simply continuing it. Then October 7 happens, and then Biden does it. Okay? Biden oversees the genocide and complete cleansing, right? Attempts of the Palestinian population, making the entirety of the Gaza Strip uninhabitable so that they can inevitably justify mass population transfer. So Donald Trump is basically just moving it further to the right. And then the next administration, if it is a Democrat, if the Democrats ever win ever again, okay, will most likely not reverse those decisions again. That's the one thing that the Democratic Party gives a shit about. The one thing that the Democratic Party gives a shit about nowadays is just like protecting Israel. It's crazy. Anyway, let's watch what Trump's press conference looked like when he was signing a bunch of executive orders, including cutting funding to UNRWA.
Before the press came in, you signed a commission appointing Chris Wright.
Also, the United States government has officially flown undocumented migrants over to Guantanamo Bay for the first time ever, specifically for being undocumented migrants, okay? And not because they're tourists or whatever. Even then that, that is also not, that is also ridiculous.
Your next Secretary of Energy. We have another commission prepared for your signature.
Yeah, El Salvador has also mentioned that Nayib Bukele said that he would be open to using CCOT as a holdover facility for undocumented migrants away from the United States. It's like really, really horrifying shit, okay? It is really, really, really horrible.
This is Doug Collins to be Secretary of the VA. Doug Collins of Georgia.
Two very good men. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Next up, in light of numerous actions taken by a number of bodies of the United Nations, which exhibited deep anti-American bias, we have an executive order prepared for your attention that would withdraw the United States from the UN Human Rights Council, would withdraw the United States from the UNRWA, which is a refugee organization, and would also review American involvement in UNESCO, which has also exhibited anti-American bias. More generally, the executive order calls for a review of American involvement and funding in the UN in light of the wilds that, as you've expressed previously.
Watching fascism in real time is fun, man. I wouldn't say fun. How does this lower the egg prices, guys? It's going to be shocking I have a shocking announcement.
The egg prices are not going to get lower.
I don't think any of these things that Donald Trump is doing is lowering the egg prices.
No, it's going to raise them.
You guys out,
but the prices aren't going to get lower.
I just don't think that he's invested in that. Use liquid eggs, you fucking idiots. Come on, dude. You think that's the point? You think that's the argument that people are making? Do I have to describe it to you? Egg prices is just a standard for. It's a thing that people point to. Of course not, but you get through. Dude, it's not about actually eating scrambled eggs, man. What are you talking about? It's just a standout. It's just a holdover term for inflation, okay? The cost of goods. Remember how Donald Trump actually, ran on combating prices, and then prices got worse when he became president? It's a proxy. Total aside, but those are more expensive than eggs. New Waffle House announced to be adding a 50-cent surcharge to all eggs sold at its location due to the soaring egg prices caused by the bird flu. Yep. Who would have predicted that his campaign promises are all lies? I mean, yeah, it's the easiest thing to say. I said it a million times over. Obviously, he's not going to lower the price of freaking eggs.
Is deeply unfair to the United States.
So I've always felt that the UN has tremendous potential. It's not living up to that potential right now. It really isn't. Hasn't for a long time. It has. There are great hopes for it, but it's not being well run, to be honest. And they're not doing the job. A lot of these conflicts that we're working on should be settled, or at least we should have some help in settling them. We never seem to get help. That should be the primary purpose of the UN, the United Nations, and again,
just to serve the U.S.
Based on the potential, we'll continue to go along with it, but we got to get their act together.
What would they need to do, sir, to get their act together?
Well, you got to be fair to countries that deserve fairness. They have some countries, as you know, that are outliers, that are very bad, and they're being almost preferred as countries to those that do their job and are doing a good job, and they have to really, they're going to end up losing, a lot of countries are going to end up losing their credibility like other organizations, and then they're going to be nothing. The potential of the United Nations, and not everybody agrees with me on this, the potential of the United Nations is fantastic if properly run. So we'll see what happens.
How much money are you willing to take away from that?
Well, we're taking away a little bit. We're not looking to take away money, but this is so important that we're really, as you know, the United Nations is largely funded by us. But, and it shouldn't be. It should be funded by everybody. We're disproportionate, as we always seem to be. But it's something that if it ever lived up to the potential, right now it doesn't have that power.
Next, sir, this is a national security presidential memorandum that seeks to impose maximum pressure on the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Many of these provisions are similar to actions that your administration took during your first administration. The basic idea here is to have every department and agency, or many departments and agencies in your government attempt to sanction and control Iranian activities, particularly relating to the Iranian nuclear program and the Iranian export of terrorism through support of various proxy groups abroad. And the intent here is to give you all of the possible tools to, I'd say, engage with the Iranian government to ensure that going forward they're less of a malign actor on the world stage.
So this is one that I'm torn about. Everybody wants me to sign it. I'll do that. It's very tough on Iran. It's what we had before. We would have never had the problem. We would have never had October 7th. We would have never had the problem had the election gone a different way, which it should have. But this one, I think, more than made up for it. I think we're doing things, and it shows that more than made up for it, much more historic. The Iran situation, hopefully, I'm going to sign it, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it very much. We will see whether or not we can arrange or work out a deal with Iran, and everybody can live together, and maybe that's possible, and maybe it's not possible. So I'm signing this, and I'm unhappy to do it, but I really have not so much choice because we have to be strong and firm, and I hope that it's not going to have to be used in any great measure at all. It would be great if we could have a Middle East and maybe a world at total peace. Right now you don't have that. When I left, you had peace all over the world, and now you have the world is blowing up. As you know, Bibi is coming in to see me later. Others are coming in to see me. We'll see what we can do. But I'm signing this, and hopefully it will be a document which won't be very important, will hardly have to be used.
So what kind of deal
Would you?
God
Well,
damn
we're gonna
it.
see. I mean, we're going to see. They cannot have.
You
a
know I
nuclear
did not
weapon.
throw that barrel into
For me,
that
it's very
fucking
simple.
post.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to be tough on Iran. We don't want to be tough on anybody, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, are you going to engage in conversations with your counterpart in Iran?
I would.
You want to block the sale of Iranian oil to other nations?
Well, we have the right to do that, and that's what I did before. And they had no money; they wouldn't have had the money for Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. I just could have been solved. This thing, it just, if things went the way they should have, this would have
Do you think
been.
Iran is to developing a nuclear weapon?
I think they're close. I think they're close. They're too close. But again, you could go back 4 years. I would have said they would have had it during this intervening period. But they're pretty close, Peter.
And why say that you're unhappy to sign it if it's Iran and their proxies who have threatened to retaliate against you and your team by killing you guys for taking out Soleimani?
Well, they haven't done that, and that would be a terrible thing for them to do. Not because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated.
Why the invisible wall?
I mean, the end up
That's
left
stupid.
instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated. There won't be anything left. And they shouldn't be able to do it. And Biden should have said that, but he never did. I don't know why, lack of intelligence perhaps. But he never said it. If that happens to a leader, or close to a leader, frankly, if you had other people involved also.
You are so rude, Trump.
you
Jesus
would call
Christ.
for total obliteration of a state that did it. That would include Iran. So I'm signing this, and it's a very powerful document, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it.
Mr. President, if the Prime Minister today were to ask your help in striking at Iran's nuclear facilities to prevent the kind of progress towards a nuclear weapon, would you give him the green light? Would it either to do it himself or for the U.S. to participate with him?
I don't know that that's what he's going to be asking for. I have no idea that it is. You're telling me. We're going to have a pretty long meeting. We're going to be discussing a lot of things, not only that, but a lot of things. And I'll let you know if the time comes to let you know. But right now, that's not something that I can discuss.
Mr. President, when you said if they do it, they get obliterated. Just to be clear, you're talking about if Iran made an attempt on your life.
Yeah, that would be called total obliteration. And I can't imagine they do that. It should have been stated by Biden, but he didn't state it because he had no clue, as you know, as everybody knows.
What is your vision actually for relationship
Do you
with
have anything
Iran?
else?
No, that's all we got.
My vision for
For a
what?
relationship with Iran, and would you?
I'd love to have a good relationship with everybody. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That was my only, it was the only thing that was very important. They can't have a nuclear weapon. Beyond that, it would be very tough if they insist on doing that. They have some of their leadership, I can tell you right now, and maybe you know it, maybe you don't, but there are many people at the top ranks of Iran that do not want to have a nuclear weapon just for that very reason.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to China's retaliatory tariffs?
It's fine, it's fine. We're gonna do very well against China and against everybody else. Right now, they've taken advantage of the Biden administration like I've never seen. I've never seen the deficit with China is about $1 trillion. Think of it, $1 trillion. They're using our money to build their military.
God.
And Biden let that happen. You know, we're taking a lot of fires here. We came back. This is like a different place. The good news is we're doing very well. We're doing well with countries that nobody expected we'd do well with. We are respected again as a nation. Maybe at a level that people haven't seen for many, many decades. But when I left, we didn't have any wars. I defeated ISIS, 100% of the ISIS caliphate, and now the world seems to be ready to blow up, but we'll see if we can stop it.
Mr. President, update on when Mr. President.
Gonna get something to eat. I'll be right back. remember to turn off the heater. Turn off the heater. That's really gross. Okay. I wish I had that on a bigger plate. Whatever. Okay.
Kind of deal? Have you reached out to the Iranians about any kind of deal to start those
I would
discussions?
reach out. I mean, I have nothing. I say I'm one that doesn't care whether I reach out or they reach out. A lot of people say, let them reach out, sir. To me, it doesn't matter. It's just talk. But I want to see everybody do well. I want to see great countries, and I want to see peace.
The station is not buying microchips. You keep lying to me. It's so
Russia,
annoying.
Ukraine. It's a bloodbath. It's a total bloodbath. What's going on there is incredible. What's going on with the soldiers?
But you're not, though. You're
young
not.
soldiers being killed by the thousands. I mean, literally by the thousands. And we want to see if we can get that stopped. And I think we've had some very good talks.
Any update on when you would speak to President Xi, sir? Any update on when you would speak to President Xi?
No, we'll speak to him at the appropriate time. I'm in no rush.
I might be wrong about this, but I think that much of Trump's actions are what a hegemon does when they know they're losing grip on power. In the past, the U.S. would rely on international organizations like the UN to get what they want. Now they're using direct power to keep control. Yes, 100%. This spells the end of American empire. That's precisely what's happening. And I think we're just going to get more violent as time progresses. So more war, yes, more war. Liberals can't message to save their lives or ours. I know. I mean, they're definitely.
What can we say? They're just.
King. Oh, you could tell. Yeah.
Did you expect the liberals to fight?
This is the other that I got. It's like $10. Brand called Deluxe. I have no idea what it is. It looked cool. It had a cool fit. Have you reacted to Giannis Varoufakis? Would love to see him on again to talk about this. Yeah, I'm down to have Giannis on when I'm back in America, for sure. How do you deal with like the sickening feeling that accompanies all this, especially with Palestine? Chatters, I've told you this already. Being a leftist is being on the right side of history, being correct but too early, and also constantly getting yelled at, constantly engaging in, constantly.
Okay, be right back. Dinner time. Looks quite good. Mexican pizza. Gotta let it cool down though. Okay. We do well. So cool. Yeah, land me on this station so I can sell. Cool. Oops, keep bumping my camera, sorry.
Talking about things that are directly at odds with the powers that with the pre-existing hierarchy, you're gonna lose a lot. Okay, that's it. You're gonna lose a lot.
You're just gonna lose a lot.
Get ready for it. But
Yeah, what can we do about this?
just,
It's a bunch
you
of
know,
violent
as
assholes.
long as you know that your moral compass
Is good.
is correct.
Yep.
And you don't lose yourself to the whims of I don't know, wanting a tiny bit of victory in the short term. You just have to keep putting your best foot forward with the knowledge that you're doing the right thing and you're doing right by others. That's it. By Jank and Anna Lol. I mean, I've talked about this a lot. Reactionary thought is alluring. So when you start training your brain to believe things from a reactionary point of view, you start basically it's the opposite of muscle training, right? If you don't actually constantly work out, you're inevitably going to become a weaker person.
Mm-hmm.
Your muscles are going to go away.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe even be replaced with fat, okay? That's how I feel about critical thinking. If you engage in critical thinking and you constantly do it and you apply it all the time, okay, you cause that muscle not to atrophy. Reactionary thinking, on the other hand, is atrophy. And it slowly creeps in. It slowly creeps in. And it can be on a number of different issues. It can be on Israel-Palestine. And as long as it's left unaddressed, I think for many people, they still can fancy themselves to be progressive, except for Palestine, and go along with it for years and years. But obviously, the events that have unfolded over the past 16 months have caused those contradictions to be in the forefront, which are causing people's brains to collapse. For others, it can be about crime, right? You see crime taking place in front of you, and you just kind of lose it, where you're just... where you go, oh my God, this is like
this is the end of the world.
Emotionally traumatic moment. Why is nobody doing something to address this? And then that's when reactionary thinking kicks in. Reactionary thinking, right-wing thinking, is illogical. It's emotional.
It hasn't been a good year for the gaming industry. A lot of games have failed. A lot of developers have been laid off.
Pause to eat.
And discontent amongst consumers seems to be at record highs. If you spend much time online, you've probably seen some variation of the phrase, gaming is dying. I know I have, but here's the thing. I've seen variations of this phrase being thrown around for many years, during which I also saw gaming grow faster and more consistently than any other major media industry. For years, as people were declaring gaming dead, gaming was actually booming. But it's not booming anymore. In fact, across multiple metrics, the gaming industry has seen its first genuine period of sustained decline in over 40 years, and I now think it might be easy to underestimate the severity of the problem. It's a bit like the story of the boy who cried wolf. People who spent so many years complaining about modern gaming and predicting imminent gaming crashes that it became easy to overlook the actual warning signs when they did appear. For example, when 2021 and 2022 produced disappointing numbers, most were quick to jump to COVID as the explanation, referring to interrupted development schedules and post-lockdown pullbacks to explain the industry's stumble. But as one bad year eventually turned into 4 in a row, this explanation stopped seeming sufficient. Meanwhile, when record numbers of developers started being laid off, everyone was quick to blame greedy corporations and CEOs, claiming that job cuts were unnecessary or making comparisons to big tech giants sacrificing workers in their never-ending quest for rising stock prices. There was one important difference between those big tech companies and gaming ones, however, which is that for big tech, stock prices did indeed rise. Whereas for the gaming industry, they mostly just went down. Still, layoffs and stock prices are only scratching the surface. The industry is in trouble, and by this point, the writing is on the wall. So, what exactly is going on? That is the question this video is looking at. This subject has been covered a lot already, but I found it disappointing and sometimes even misleading how shallow a lot of that coverage can be. So instead, I decided to investigate the situation for myself to try and go a little deeper. So, is gaming dying? Well, not exactly, but the situation doesn't look good. Video games were an economic miracle. The gaming industry came out of nowhere and rode the wave of technological advances year after year, blowing away economic forecasts and becoming the biggest entertainment industry in the world by a wide margin. Today, the gaming industry isn't just larger than the movie and music industries combined, its market value is almost triple their combined size. For years, the numbers all just went up, until something unexpected happened. The rate of growth increased. The 2010s saw consumer spending on video games grow at twice its historical average and 3.4 times the rate of world GDP. In a time when people might have expected the industry to finally mature, with growth slowing down, the industry instead grew faster than ever, making everyone optimistic for the future. Video games were an economic miracle. Or maybe miracles aren't real. The video game industry did show incredible growth, but this wasn't the result of business as usual, and it could never continue forever. The 2010s were a boom created by a number of specific circumstances, like mobile gaming. Mobile games grew rapidly alongside smartphone growth and allowed penetration into new markets of casual and global audiences. But then smartphone adoption slowed because everyone already had smartphones, and mobile gaming growth slowed alongside it, before taking a further beating from increased competition from new social video platforms like TikTok. A similar story can be seen with other growth factors. Microtransactions, free-to-play models, online gaming, and live service games all brought about new revenue sources and greater player engagement and retention, until live service growth slowed because so many people were already playing them, and further monetization methods were taking as far as consumer pushback would allow, and so couldn't be taken.
Where is Fortnite 2? Where is WoW 2? I think they thought that we were just going to sit around and play those games for 100 years. Where is ESO 2? Where is Final Fantasy 11, 14, like, I don't know, 17? That 17 needs to be an online game or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is. 17 won't be online.
Any further. Gaming demographics also expanded as the game-playing children of the 80s and 90s grew up and often kept playing games, all while new generations continued to pick up controllers, expanding the gaming player base until video games had shed their reputation of being just for kids entirely, and demographic expansion slowed down. Meanwhile, the rise of social media brought a rise of social media gaming content, while aiding things like game discoverability, and digital distribution platforms like Steam lowered production and distribution costs, while lowering the barrier to buy games. So basically, in the 2010s, gaming cashed in on the rise of smartphones, the internet, demographic expansion, globalization, and good old corporate greed, allowing the gaming market to expand.
I can't make a sale. It's so dumb. By the time I get there, they aren't buying anymore.
Growth has limits. In order to go beyond those limits, new growth factors would need to be found, and perhaps knowing this,
by the time I get there, nope.
Has tried to find them. VR, cloud gaming, subscription services, Web3, AI, New ideas were found and seeds were planted, but this time they didn't bear much fruit. VR has shown plenty of technical improvements, but its install base has remained small, with growth far below forecasts. Cloud gaming still has no hype.
Yeah, something about VR. I don't think it was like that good of a premise. You know, it's kind of shitty. Always thought the VR would be better than that. I think what they release are just head helmets. I don't think that is VR. I don't know. Maybe it is. VR will just truck along, and then one day it'll be good. I don't think that's how they thought it would be. I still have never tried VR. I need 5 storage batteries, which I don't think I can do because that's a lot of acid.
Failure, leaving a dark cloud over its future. Subscription models like Xbox Game Pass have pulled in an impressive amount of users, but this has come at high costs, alongside slowing adoption rates, and the long-term sustainability of such models remains unclear. Web3 gaming seems like a complete clusterfuck, but to be fair, it's an area I've largely stayed away from, and people are still out there proselytizing it, so maybe it will pick up any day now. Just like maybe NFT prices will bounce back, and grandma will finally look down from up high and thank you for spending all your inheritance on some worthless JPEGs. And as for the AI gaming revolution, if there is one right around the corner, it's sneaking up on us quietly, alongside a lot of consumer and developer pessimism. In reality, the future is hard to predict, and the current situation could change rapidly. So it's impossible to say what's really in store for video games, but there is one problem most of these new potential growth factors have. In the 2010s, gaming saw record growth because it expanded into new markets. Meanwhile, most emerging technologies today aren't focused on unlocking new markets. Instead, they're based around cannibalizing existing ones. Cloud gaming could lower the barrier for entry into high-end
It did lower the
while allowing
entry.
developers to further push modern technology to its limits. But widespread adoption of cloud gaming would mean consumers no longer regularly buying expensive gaming consoles or graphics cards, lowering hardware spending. Meanwhile, subscription services can provide great value for money, but they also replace the need to buy individual games, lowering software spending. And so, after 40 years, the era of easy growth seemed to finally come to an end. So, what happened next, and how are things going in the 2020s? I think I should probably take a moment to thank entrepreneur, advisor, and inter/national best-selling author Matthew Ball, because a lot of the data I'm using in this video is coming from him. In particular, his presentation on the state of video gaming in 2025, which is available online for free. This presentation collects data from a wide range of sources and features a lot of illustrative graphs, which are quite helpful. Still, even with helpful graphs, it's worth being aware that numbers can be confusing. One important concept to keep in mind is that just because numbers go up doesn't mean a company or industry is doing well. For example, if a stock performs worse than the market average, this can be a bad sign, even though the stock price might seem to be increasing. So when you look at something like this graph, which shows the performance of many major gaming stocks over the last 4 years, you might look at it and think, well, at least Capcom is doing well by being up 36%. However, this is a period where stocks, and particularly tech stocks, have performed well. and so even Capcom is still performing far below the S&P 500 for this period, with most other gaming stocks performing considerably worse. Likewise, small increases in things like revenue or consumer spending might still be less than inflation. For example, looking at worldwide consumer spending on games shows a rather flat line that is well behind most forecasts, and that might seem okay because the line is flat, so at least the industry isn't shrinking. Except this doesn't account for inflation, which recent years brought plenty of, so this flat line means the industry has technically shrunk 13% in this period. And this is the same period where world GDP is up 11%, making the actual decline even greater. A comparison to other media industries paints an even worse picture, because every other industry has grown. Well, almost every other industry. Newspapers also shrunk, but being alongside newspapers probably isn't where gaming wants to be. Still, at least newspapers were expected to decline and would have budgeted accordingly. Gaming, on the other hand, saw its best decade in history, with growth accelerating towards the end of the decade and venture capital investments pouring in at a higher rate than ever before. And even if you weren't making much money in this period, record low interest rates ensured borrowing money had never been cheaper. So, what do businesses do with record profit, record investments, and easy access to cheap debt? They spend, they reinvest, they expand, they grow, they greenlight new games, and they hire more staff. There is logic behind this beyond greed. Business is a never-ending competition, so companies who aren't reinvesting profits are always at risk of falling behind, and perhaps even more importantly, reinvesting money is the best way to pay less tax on that money. The tax system basically incentivizes continuous reinvestment of profits to incentivize a continuous quest for growth. And so, when gaming was booming, no one questioned the hiring spree this led to. But as the new decade got underway and the boom turned to bust, record hiring was replaced with something else. The gaming industry is no stranger to layoffs, but in 2022, it would hit a new all-time record of 7,949 job cuts for the year. This doesn't include unannounced layoffs, or layoffs that don't disclose actual numbers, which were around 1/3 of all announcements, so the real number is likely much higher. Anyway, this all-time record didn't last long, because it was beaten in 2023 with 8,706 confirmed job losses, before being beaten again in 2024 with 16,766. For comparison, the number from 2021 was 567, making 2024 an increase of 2,857%. The gaming industry is no stranger to layoffs, but it's never seen layoffs like this before. A recent survey from GDC revealed 11% of developers reported being laid off in recent years, with 41% reporting being impacted by layoffs. Many hope these layoffs will slow down in 2025 and that the worst is already over. It remains to be seen whether this is actually true. Still, there's more to the layoff situation than meets the eye. In case you didn't know, video games are expensive, and they've only become more expensive over time. In 2009, Naughty Dog's gaming blockbuster Uncharted 2 cost $20 million. 10 years later, The Last of Us Part 2
Wukong costs like $400 million, I think.
Meanwhile, 2015's Call of Duty Black Ops 3 cost over $450 million, and by 2020, Black Ops Cold War would rise to $700 million. A number that is, by the way, higher than the most expensive movie ever made.
This place looks
by
awesome.
some
Oh, look,
margin.
there's a chest right there.
Games are costly, and most of their cost is labor. In a recent Bloomberg article,
Can I
Jason
reach
Schreier
that? I can probably
estimated
reach it
an
from my
average game
base, yeah.
developer in LA costs between $15,000 and $20,000.
I don't really want to
month,
get the curse, though.
meaning the cost of 100 developers is 18 to 24 million per year. Now, games usually take much longer than 1 year, and AAA games take much more than 100 developers. So, you can do the math if you want. And so, when gaming companies want to save money, they cut jobs, because that is where most of the money's spent. Still, there is another way to lower labor costs. LA has some of the highest average salaries in the world, but what if you could use game developers from low-wage areas? Have you ever watched the credits for any recent AAA game? I don't blame you if you haven't, because these days they just drag on and on and on. And that's because modern gaming has massive amounts of outsourcing. Outsourcing has grown significantly over the last 20 years, and today it's difficult to find any major release that doesn't have a double-digit number for external studios listed in its credits. And this includes highly acclaimed games like Elden Ring, as well as independently published games like Baldur's Gate 3. Everyone is doing this. Outsourcing can allow specialized studios to be brought in for specialized work, like audio and visual effects or 3D modeling, and can allow more scalability and flexibility to meet the changing demands of development. For example, by bringing in lots of QA staff towards the very end of development. Mostly though, outsourcing is a way to lower labor costs, as much of the outsourcing industry exists in lower wage areas like India, Southeast Asia, or South America. So, as gaming revenue slows and development costs keep going up, outsourcing becomes more and more attractive, further incentivizing cutting staff numbers in higher wage areas. And yet, for Western developers, the problems don't end here. If we look at where the gaming industry did actually manage to grow in recent years, you'll notice that PC gaming has outperformed everything else. Now, you might assume that's because PC gaming is the best gaming, PC Master Race, All Hail Lord Gaben, and so on. Still, a more likely explanation is that PC gaming is one of the few areas that still has room to grow thanks to certain key emerging markets, like China. China has a large population, and in just the last couple years, Chinese has grown rapidly to overtake English as the most popular language on Steam. Unlike in the West, the Chinese market is still growing, and in theory, that should be a good thing. More video game players means more sales and more profits. Except, there's a problem. Chinese gamers play Chinese games. And so, as the Chinese market grows, all of the new profit is coming from games developed in China. In general, foreign markets
Oh,
seem to show
they
a
don't
strong
buy
preference for
microchips.
products
God damn
made
it, they
in their
lied.
own country. This can be observed in other markets, like Japan and Korea, and in other industries, like movies. So this seems like the norm, except in the West. Western consumers seem to have much less.
Wait, at the wharf, can I install satellites?
And so, while Western games are failing to grow even in the few growing markets, non-Western games are still managing to grow in Western markets. For consumers, this isn't really a problem, but for Western developers, it means competition is still increasing, even though market size is stagnating, all while foreign developers are able to operate at much lower development costs due to their much lower wages. The gaming industry is not dying. Personally, I wouldn't even say it's in crisis. A lot of what's happening is understandable. Record growth over the 2010s led to an overly optimistic outlook and the start of a bubble. And now, instead of continuing to grow and grow until the bubble bursts, and the industry genuinely crashes as it did in the 80s, the bubble is instead deflating a bit, which some might even argue is healthy. But that isn't the full picture. The global gaming industry might not be in crisis, but nearly all of the problems, the layoffs, the cancelled games, the falling stock prices, the high-profile failures, and the angry consumers are concentrated in the West. So, global gaming may not be in crisis, but the Western games industry might be. And if it isn't, it sure looks like it's heading in that direction. So, hopefully, this has provided a decent overview of the current situation. There is a lot more that can be said about this, and quite a bit more that I intend to say, but you could stop watching here if you want to. I've tried to make this section function as a satisfactory standalone that's about as in-depth as the average game player probably wants. If you do want to know more though, you can stick around as we go deeper. Just be warned that some parts might get a little political from here on. Now, the explanation I've just provided explains a lot about what's happening in gaming recently. Yet, when most people talk about this subject, almost nothing I've just covered is even acknowledged. Instead, most explanations for gaming's decline focus on 3 different narratives that each claim to explain who or what is really to blame. So, I think it's worth looking at each of these narratives to see if there's more to this situation than industry trends and macroeconomics, starting with everyone's favorite. No one likes corporations, and there are good reasons for that. But this also means no one wants to defend corporations, and so people blame them for anything and everything. Often, corporations deserve blame, but this still creates a risk of oversimplifying complex problems, which I think is what usually happens in gaming as soon as the word corporation is invoked. Apparently, corporations are all incompetent, or at least the people running them are, or it's that they allowed business people to take charge instead of people who know gaming, or everything they do is out of a desire to make stock prices go up and this causes every other problem, or they're just really greedy. And there's some truth to all of these, which is why people say them, but none of these are new. The gaming industry grew for many years and then suddenly stopped growing. So something changed recently, and it's not the sudden arrival of corporations. Corporations have always been here, and they've always been running the show. Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft were all big successful businesses before they had anything to do with video games. Meanwhile, Atari co-founder and father of games, Nolan Bushnell, was a businessman, not a gamer. He wasn't directly involved in making any of Atari's successful games, and the other thing he's famous for is founding Chuck E. Cheese. The suits have been here from the start, and while there are a few areas and eras that were less corporate, like PC gaming in the 80s, these are the exception, not the norm. At the very least, we can say that from the mid-90s onwards, gaming has been completely dominated by corporations. And yet, there were still good games and growth. The same is true for greed and the desire to see rising stock prices. Greed was not only just discovered in the year 2021, and businesses have always wanted to make a profit. And this is understandable, because profit isn't just a way to make the rich richer, it's also what provides job security and creative freedom and many other benefits. So businesses want as much profit as possible, and that can make them greedy. But they have to be careful. Too much greed can cause profits to go down, as has been helpfully illustrated recently by Ubisoft. With the success of Assassin's Creed and Far Cry and their winning open world formula, Ubisoft were onto a good thing. And so, they milked their golden cows as much as they could, turning Assassin's Creed into an almost yearly franchise, creating as many other similar open world games as possible, jumping on whatever the latest industry trend was with unsuccessful looter shooters and battle royales, and worst of all, heavily pushing microtransactions, including in single-player games, something even other publishers rarely dared to. And guess what? This worked. Until it didn't. Greed brings in money.
Oh, I got
at the
drops,
cost of
yay.
sustainability. Ubisoft maximized short-term profit and tanked their chances of long-term success in the process. But they didn't mean for this to happen. They simply did what they thought they could get away with. They made a calculated gamble, and they got it wrong. So the moral of the story is greed never pays. Sorry, that was a joke. Obviously, greed pays. That's the only reason people are greedy. You just can't take it too far. Never go full Ubisoft. But what happens if you do the opposite? Well, how many game studios have closed down because they didn't make enough money? How many games have been cancelled because the funds ran out, with years of hard work thrown away, never to be seen? When a publisher is involved in these situations, we just blame the publisher. But a publisher isn't always involved. Independent studios close. Independent games fail. Someone is out there right now making the indie game of their dreams and ignoring the business realities of the market. And when that game is finished, and it doesn't sell anywhere near as much as they hoped, they won't have the funds to continue, and their dream will come to an end. If that happens to you, by the way, don't feel too bad. It's because you're an artist, and at least you're in good company. But just as there is a price to being too greedy, there is a price to being not greedy enough. I wish there wasn't, but this is how the world works. Profit matters. Yet nobody seems to want to admit this. It's easier to just blame corporations and pretend that without them, all other problems fade away. The thing is, this theory has been tested. We've tried removing corporations, and we've seen what happens without them. After all, the two main things people mean when they say corporations in the context of gaming is publishers and private investors. And in the 2010s, crowdfunding emerged specifically as a way to bypass these corporate entities to allow players to fund games directly and empower developers to make the games they most wanted to make. And this did result in some great games, and some bad games, and some scams, but overall, it wasn't a disaster. And yet, it didn't revolutionize the industry, and most of the biggest original successes, like Double Fine, Obsidian Entertainment, and In Exile, saw their success dwindle with worse performing follow-ups before each ultimately accepted an offer to be consumed by the biggest gaming corporation of them all. Still, while we're talking about Kickstarter, it seems only fair to bring up a counterexample. Larian Studios also found success in the Kickstarter era, and unlike most, Larian followed this up with an even better performing sequel. Then, a few years later, Larian released Baldur's Gate 3, and everyone who cares about games has been filleting them for this ever since, including me. Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't just held up as a great game, it was held up as the gaming ideal, something the entire industry should learn from. A self-published title with no microtransactions from an independent studio with a likable and caring CEO. Hooray for Baldur's Gate 3. Everything a game should be. And that's not sarcasm. I love this game and I love what it represents. But I do have a question. Would Baldur's Gate 3 have happened without corporate involvement? because Divinity Original Sin 2 was a hugely successful game, and yet Larian still made the decision afterwards to sell a 30% share of their company to Tencent, one of the biggest corporations in the world. It's my understanding that funding via loans had caused Larian to go almost bankrupt in the past, and so for their next title, they instead did a pro-gamer, or pro-capitalist move of selling a minority stake in the company, which worked. Baldur's Gate 3 is proof. The corporation's bad narrative also usually stresses how corporations are never satisfied with small successes and instead always push to turn these into big successes, which is widely seen as bad and being just about greed. But this is also what Larian did. After the success of Divinity Original Sin 1, they aggressively hired and expanded to triple their size. Their next game, Original Sin 2, was even more successful, and then they aggressively expanded again. And even though Baldur's Gate 3 was about as successful as a game can be, meaning you might expect them to just keep everything the same now, they're not. They're still expanding, opening new studios and still growing. And maybe that is the best thing to do. It's not like I know. No one can predict the future. Reality is complicated and things are rarely black and white. But it's not enough to just say avoid corporations or ignore growth or just don't be greedy. Because there are countless examples of developers doing all these things who still fail. And many of the most successful games do none of these. By all means, blame corporations when they are to blame. There are many examples where that is the case. But we shouldn't pretend that explains everything or that the solution is self-evident. It's not. People just like to repeat narratives that tell them what they want to hear. Speaking of which, this is a sensitive subject, and I understand that most people don't really like it when non-political YouTubers talk about overtly political topics. But if you play games, it's getting harder and harder to ignore this particular subject. Now, given how often wokeness is discussed online, I do think it's reasonable for people to question what role it's played in
I don't think
boosting
you should have
gaming's
put woke
downfall.
in this at
People
all.
obviously have different tastes and beliefs.
It'll date the video
So the
too
things
badly.
people see as woke, like certain female leads, diversity, and LGBT representation, are going to be more appealing to some players than others. Ultimately, developers should be free to make whatever game they want to make, and supply and demand can take care of the rest. That said, today it does seem like there is a greater supply of woke games than there is demand. And this, combined with the fact that people who do dislike these features often strongly dislike them, is probably creating lower sales for certain woke games.
Can I load Caves of
If we go
Cud
back
with
10
without a
years ago, however,
problem?
I don't think this was true, and it's easy to find games that might have benefited from their woke qualities. For example, many people consider Overwatch's very diverse cast of characters to be one of the things that made it such a success. Meanwhile, Undertale's several gay characters and gender-neutral protagonist who has they-them pronouns is surely part of what made that game so insanely popular with the Tumblr crowd, which clearly helped push it further into the mainstream. And I don't think Gone Home would have generated anywhere near as much attention if its story wasn't gay. When supply is low, woke or progressive elements might boost sales. But supply is not low anymore. Still, to blame wokeness for every problem in modern gaming is a vast simplification that seems obviously politically motivated. Games are attacked for being woke long before they come out, as Assassin's Creed Shadows, Avowed, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 have all recently shown. So clearly, this is not about execution or quality, because the controversies always start before anyone has actually played the games. A woke game failing also doesn't prove that much, because right now, so many games are failing that this is virtually the norm. There are also woke games that are very successful, like Baldur's Gate 3, a game with trans characters, drag queens, gay main story scenes, and detailed gender-neutral character creation options. I'm sure progressive elements are a deal-breaker for some players, but I imagine most people just want to play good games and don't care that deeply about anything else. So, while I do think wokeness is a factor, it's just one of many and has likely played less of a role than many of the broader economic trends I outlined earlier. For YouTubers who base their entire channel around the culture war, however, they can't admit this because their objective is to generate outrage. That is how they make money, meaning they have a financial incentive to exaggerate the role of wokeness and make game discussions as political and divisive as possible. And I think this is probably having a negative impact, making everyone understand what's actually happening less, while making people more hateful and divided in the process. But just as game developers are free to make woke games, YouTubers are free to make outrage-based content. It's still a question of supply and demand, and there's always demand for outrage on the internet. Still, in time, corporations will probably try to distance themselves from elements perceived as woke, because the industry is desperate to appeal to as many people as possible, and alienating part of the audience for big-budget games goes against this. This might also explain why diversity was so quick to be embraced to begin with. Appealing to a diverse, and therefore larger player base probably sounded quite good once upon a time for an industry that needed to find new audiences to stay growing. There are also lots of progressive developers in the industry, so it makes sense that this would lead to lots of progressive games. None of this is due to conspiracy. But I do think there will be an industry pullback from wokeness, and that the main reason we haven't seen one already is just because game development takes time, and so any response is delayed. For example, Concord began development in 2016, which is the same year
I can't believe they took that
great
long.
Success, and might explain why people thought another diverse hero shooter was a good idea. So even though anti-woke pushback now seems obvious, the industry hasn't actually had much time to adapt to this yet, when you consider when the games currently releasing might have begun development. And there you go. We discussed wokeness without me saying anything controversial, so no one should be angry, and we can all just move on. If blaming corporations is appealing to some people on the left, and wokeness serves that role for those on the right, what is the explanation for everyone else? I mean, won't someone please think of the poor YouTubers who want to pretend to be apolitical to avoid alienating their audience, but still want to join in farming outrage and act like everything is simple and obvious? Well, don't worry, there's something for them too. Just blame everything on games being bad. Did a game fail? It's because it's bad. Are modern games failing? It's because modern games are bad. Did stock prices go down? That's what happens when games aren't good. And are developers getting laid off? Well, maybe they should try making good games. You know, like they used to. Back in the good games days. That just so happened to be exactly when you were a teenager, but that's just a coincidence. You know, the good games days, when they made Halo 3 and Call of Duty 4, which were so much better than Halo Infinite or Call of Duty 22. I mean, this was the best generation. You know, back when a PlayStation cost an inflation-adjusted $933. And Xboxes used to come with these cool red lights that like totally changed the game playing experience. You know, that same generation where hardware couldn't actually cope with the graphical leap, and so games dropped average frame rates from 60 to 30, which was actually better because it was more cinematic, and also the human eye can't actually see more than 30 frames per second.
Bullshit.
You know, the same generation that saw almost every gaming genre that wasn't a first or third person shooter die out entirely. The same generation where everything was brown or used a piss filter, and someone kept turning up the bloom to max, despite the fact that developers hadn't worked out how to actually implement bloom correctly yet. The same generation that pioneered microtransactions and QuickTime events and trading gameplay for cinematic experiences and fucking motion controls that led to years and years of people telling us that hardcore gaming is dying. Didn't you hear? Hardcore gaming is dying. It can't compete with the casual audience. This is the future. Controllers are too hard to use. Hardcore gaming is dying. Stop being an elitist. Wii Tennis is actually a skill-based game. Hardcore gaming is dying. Waggle your hands, you fucking elitist. This is the future. No, you just wouldn't get it, you kids with your Roblox and V-Bucks. We had Wii Music. We had Wii Music. Oh God. Look at what they did to my poor Miyamoto. No one deserves this. Least of all, the man who gave us Mario and Zelda and has spent 44 years in the gaming industry without a single controversy or scandal. Turn it off. Some things are meant to be forgotten. Turn it off. But on the other hand, Halo 3 is better than Halo Infinite. So I guess that means the HD era must have been the best generation. You can't
Shot
argue
me.
with one
God
change
damn it! Why am I one shot? You're fucking 25
Oh,
levels
wait,
lower
yes,
than
you
me.
can.
Because you have to find me a
Once enough
fucking
time
thing,
has
that's
passed
why.
for nostalgia
I'm not
to
gonna
kick
pay
in.
it.
Every generation is romanticized. They always have been, and always will be. Which makes it difficult to separate any change in game quality from nostalgia. Personally, I do think there are ways modern games have declined. For example, so many games, even the best ones.
I like this guy, but he's long-winded. I'm gonna go look at something else that I'm interested in right now. I want to see some more Quimfall reviews that have come in over the last week, because I'm a little bit scared that that game might actually be good. And I'm a little bit scared. The Quimfall, before you buy, honest review. Yeah, I want to like an honest review. He says 1 star.
The Quimfall is a new MMO.
Thank you, Kaisen. I'd like to sub to your
I'm
channel.
probably butchering that hours today. Now, the first thing to address is many players are having an issue where they can't enjoy that. Another very common issue I actually experienced myself today, and so I can speak about this with a bit of personal experience. Maybe this game's not going to be great, right? So I was kind of going in like, oh, I don't know how this is going to be. Then I had that issue with the NPC, couldn't get the first quest going. I was like, okay, here we go. Then I started playing it, and everything changed at that point for me. There are some really interesting things about this game, and I do think it has a huge opportunity. But the developers, it's really on them now. They need to get it right. They need to fix these issues, and I do completely agree with that. The developers have to work on this to get this game off the ground. Otherwise, it's going to be dead before it's even started, and that would be really unfortunate because it's got really good graphics for an MMO. I will say, you compare it to some of the other, like I played a lot of Ashes of Creation. I mean, and it's an MMO. You're always going to compare it to World of Warcraft, right? And I think the graphics hold up across different MMO categories. Now, everything I'm saying, I realize is my opinion, and genuinely, I would like your feedback. Let me know in the comments your experiences. I say I'm trying to present an unbiased view of just my personal experience from streaming this for 4 hours today, and I'm not saying that you should buy the game right now. In fact, I'm saying the opposite. My advice is do not buy this game yet. I think it could be very good, but the onus is on the developers to fix these bugs, and then if it's all fixed and in a week or two things are going well, maybe then you can look to buy it. So I'm not saying buy the game just yet, but in the comments, hopefully we can get some more unbiased people's critiques and feedback about this game. I have also reached out to the developers and asked them for an interview just to talk about these problems and hear from the horse's mouth, as it were, what's going on. We'll see whether or not that eventuates. Another quite common complaint that I'm seeing is that the voice lines and images and stuff like that are AI generated when you're completing quests. Now, I think this one is we need to wait and see a bit with this one, because I think let's just assume that is the case for now. I don't know if it is or not, but let's assume that is the case. It's still in early access. It's not necessarily where the game's going to end up. Now, for me personally, that comes down to almost like looking at the graphics and the polishing of the game. And it's not about how the game fundamentally plays. It's not about...
See, there's all these positive reviews here. There's like all these positive reviews here. Some of these people are like, this is a really good fucking game, and I'm scared. I'm like scared that it's missing. Then there's I think it's a scam. Let's look at his final thoughts, I guess.
The AI, images and voice, but the actual idea behind it and the leveling up and such, I think is really, really nice. Now, one of the huge positives for me about this game is that you can actually build in this game. You can build freeform, and it looks like late game, you could even build up your own castles and things like that. So yeah, building, I think, it's awesome you can have that freeform building. We don't often see it in MMOs, so that's...
If it's got really building, it might be really fucking good.
On top of that, you can also get a player house very early on into the game. In just 4 hours of streaming today, about 3 hours in or something, I got myself a player house. And you can start to decorate it. You can actually buy decorations for it and place them down and have that however you want. To me, I love that feature. I think that is awesome, and I look forward to developing that as I play the game further. And having played it today, even with the issues that arose, I fully intend to play this game more, to stream it more, and to make videos on it, because I do think it's really good, despite the clear issues that it has. Now, on top of that, there's other things we could talk about. There's pets, there's of course mounts, but pets is something that mounts are common in MMOs.
It's looking good.
And the pets in the game, I think, is a really nice touch. Obviously, you've got your skills, you've got all your different weapons and classes, whatever.
No, I'm gonna buy this game. It's $20. I'm scared it'll be more expensive later, and I'll be sad I didn't buy it. I buy all the MMOs. Yeah, we're gonna buy this. Continue. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Yeah, bring it to another screen. Yeah,
it's everything you would expect an MMO to have and more when it works, and that is the key thing.
When it works,
it's when it works. So, like I say, I think to rate it 2.5 out of 5 is.
I don't think I need to install this, or well, I don't know. I don't know how big is it. No, I don't want to install this. I just want to own it. Then I want to come on NVIDIA. I'm gonna log out of this game for time, because oh yeah, the battle pass, huh? I haven't looked at the battle pass loot in a while. Oh look, they gave me a whole fuck ton of stuff. I forgot there was a battle pass. 1,000-star Chrome, that's good. Canned lunch meat. Food self-selection crate. Open to choose one of the following rewards: energy drink or canned seafood oil. Featherweight. Trendsetter cap and 40 portable mixed fuel. A young and mischievous avatar, Frosty Glory. Bashful. It's like an emote. I got a new backpack, which is cool. A snow eagle top, which might be good, maybe, because it looks kind of slutty. I wouldn't mind purchasing the advanced edition and getting more skins and stuff, but I don't think I need to. One of the beautiful things about this game is it's free. It's not going anywhere. Well, so yeah, I am going to log out, though. And we're going to go try this Quinfall game for the first time. Let's go look at the viewership in Twitch, because, yeah. A little bit worried about that. Let's look at the Quinfall. Oops. The Quinfall. I will follow this. There is 200 viewers, which is about one-fifth of what Once Human is getting. Yeah, this dude here is doing well with the Spanish market. Yeah, but not a lot of other, but I mean, it is a brand new game, Let's go see what I think. Maybe I'll see something in it. Yeah, so now I've been meaning to try Quinfall, but I heard some bad things about the launch, so I waited a week. Now I want you to go and sync. Quinfall or whatever. The Quinfall. Oh no, is it not on GeForce Now? Uh-oh, that's another thing. Is it's not on GeForce Now, is it? Well, I bought it. I've been meaning to buy it. I don't think I'll play it tonight if it's not on GeForce Now, but let's see. What is this called again? Return to the store. Quinfall, right? Quinfall. Is it called The Quinfall? It's called The Quinfall. Okay. So The Quinfall. Oops. The Quinfall. No. So no. Apparently I will have to install this game. I wonder how big it is. The Quinfall. The Quinfall is not on that, huh? That fucking sucks, kind of. The Quinfall is 60 gigs on my C drive, I guess. I will install this. Yeah. I mean, I want to play this game, I guess, so I will install it, but it won't interrupt me from playing, yeah, Kingdom Come 2, huh? Nice. But we are looking for Once Human, yes. And then, I guess I will install Quinfall. I have 95 gigs free on my C drive, so yeah, we'll stick it on the C drive. You know, one of the nice things about this is it might run at the same time as Once Human, but we don't know. Lately, my experience has been so different from everybody else.
Gameplay and the actual feel of it when you are playing is definitely not 2.5. It for me, it's 4+, right? And the only thing that takes it away from being like a 5 at the moment, because I'm saying like it's in early access, it will probably develop and get better, so I will allow it a certain level of like quality issues and bugs, but it's gone beyond that. There are things that need to be fixed, and that's what's stopping it from being a 5 for me. So like, what I'm saying is that's the gameplay, but you have to look at the game as a whole. I'm not rating the game as a whole as a 5, all right, or even a 4, to be clear, because of the bugs and such, but I do think the gameplay is very good. I think it has huge potential, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed because I would really love to do more content on this because I thoroughly enjoyed doing it. As I say, please let me know your comments down in the description, and I want to make it clear at the end of this video, I am saying do not buy this game yet. Wait and see what happens. Hopefully we'll hear more from
No, for 20 bucks.
Updates about it as well.
No, it's good to get this for EA and
ladies and gentlemen.
It's good to get this for 20 bucks in EA because when it goes live, they might charge 60. I mean, they won't, but they could if people like it a lot in EA and they're like, oh, they can't get enough of this. But that was not the reception of the Quinfall. But I don't care. I'm just looking for content. If I can stand the game and it's got building, maybe it might be for me.
Arc on a journey, on an adventure of epic proportions. You see, 2000s or have come to them more based.
Now here's another one I've been hearing about a lot: Monsters and Memories.
We'll focus on purchasable elements that remain outside of the game world, allowing players to provide additional support to the team. This includes 5, which, as far as I understand it,
ooh, look, they've got Beastmaster
to participate in.
Ooh, look at that class list. It looks good.
You're even welcome to stream or record it. I will be doing that myself in order to keep you updated.
Now, when is this again?
You know, so far, currently, they have early access slated for January
2026. So in a year. So yeah, okay, cool. And this is, I mean, I'm going to get off this subject now. Yeah. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take this to download to my C drive, but I don't want it taking away from my experience. So I bought Quinfall, 20 bucks. That's fine by me. Especially if they, wait, does the Quinfall, does the Quinfall Might have a monthly fee, because I'll just return it if it does. I didn't even think about that. Why don't you type, what is your fucking problem? Please type, what is your fucking problem? Please type, what is your problem? What are you doing? You're goddamn dumb. The fucking keyboard is so annoying. Something is stuck or something. Yeah, what was that? You suck. What was that? Stop, stop. The Quinfall. Does the Quinfall have a monthly fee? Okay, no, and so it won't be a monthly. How are they getting away with $20? But I mean, yeah, I guess they didn't get the reception that they want. Let's look at somebody doing something live. Derpy OG. I'm Derpy OG, formerly Darth Vapes. I'm a former Mixer partner. Now I stream here. I try to provide chilled vibes and fun times. I have many health problems due to this. Streaming has become a key part of my life thanks to the very chill community. I'm gonna follow him. Everybody's fishing, I guess. Interesting. Well, it was good to pop in. Yep. Anyways, interesting to look. So I don't have sound? Did you? Oh, you mean you? Oops, I muted by mistake.
That country, since the United States was driven out in 1975.
Oops.
Go check all of this. You'll find I'm not making it up. After we lost the war in Vietnam.
There we go. Sorry. (1:30 p.m.) Nice. Okay. Now, can I change the world and just reset the chest? Is that possible to do? No, I can't change my... Can you change worlds? Just like... Is it possible to just change fucking worlds? A World 1, Monolith X, so yeah, but how to change the world? Can I just go there and then warp back? I probably can, huh? I can go here. It's probably expensive, but who cares? I've got a lot of money. Oh, my camera's all fucked up. Sorry. There we go. So, I came here to open you. No, you won't let me change worlds or whatever. Can we change worlds? Or, no, I guess not, huh? How do you change worlds? Let's go find out. Oh, it's like, okay, it's in the town itself, so I have to teleport to the town to do it. But I just want to see if it works. So let's go do it. Let's go to Deadsville and see if it works, if it'll let me change a world just to reset all the loot and everything. Is that how the phasing works? Teleportation tower, but I don't know. I don't see extra options here. I don't think it'll let me change world on Prismaverse or whatever. I don't think so. I don't know. It's not, like... Okay, well, I don't know. That didn't seem to be what I thought it was. So whatever, we're going back. Oh, I'm in the seat, am I? Where am I right now? Okay, I want you to deploy an advanced satellite. I'm also going to do it out there. Yeah. This will hopefully help me see prices. Sold wares, microchips, but not bought wares. Actually, I want to go right here first, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean that's a pretty big cut of the thing. 3 p.m. So you can't reset world, which means that, like, I guess I should go to my camp. Or no, I am trying to do there's a workshop. So, okay, I guess I have to find the workshop in that place. So that's fine. I love that you can mass loot the bench. I think that's such a cool innovation. Saves so much goddamn time. I think I've got a limit on my downloads. Yeah, 30,000. Let's double it to like 60,000. And then close. Yeah, I'll just get you a little bit faster. You know. How's my thing? 5,000. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, no, that does affect my upload a little bit, but I don't think... Well... Yeah, that does affect my upload a little bit. Oh, I don't know. It seems okay. Yeah, it's fine, yeah. So, downloading Quimfall. Maybe it'll let me play it while I'm using this, although I kind of doubt it. Oh, which reminds me, I also wanted to see if it'll let me do Caves of Cod. You let me launch Caves of Cod, or will you give me problems? Oh, disconnect. Damn it. You can like clear out most of the mobs. I don't really think about this, but yeah, you can always like probably land on the outside up here. They can't reach you that easy, and just thin them all out. Don't hurt me. No. Fall. Do it down there. Blow up down there. Oh yeah, don't follow me. Don't blow up on me. Don't blow up on me. It's the main thing. That thing's so cool. It looks like Metroid. Little Metroid monster. It's not gonna let me, is it? Nope. Somewhere here is like a processing plant. They say it's to the east over there. This is a big place. It's gonna take me a little while to explore it. Pretty rainy today. Maybe I shouldn't have bought Windfall on Steam. I don't think, ooh, two chests. Oh no, what's hitting me? What's hitting me and where? Ah, you're so annoying. Die you. Carton eye. Where's the refiner at? Where's the workshop itself? What's that? I was like, yeah, I thought I saw something purple. It's a deviant. Unstoppable precision. Mystical crate. Oh, it's a crab. I need to cue him. But first, this thing. Eclipse Cortex. There's a chest by a tent. See, I'm addicted to this game. It's hard to get away from it. What time is it? 2:48 in the morning. I've been at this 11 and a half hours. Okay. This game looks so good. I wish there was some deviation in shotguns, like different classes of guns and stuff. I think they could improve the guns quite a lot more. They should add a bunch more. I think one of the things that these games sort of lack is an amount of weapons. It's like this core philosophy they haven't really understood yet, that they should spend a lot of time and money on that, I think, because then you go back through the game again with a different discipline, and it adds this huge replayability and time sink that keeps people there. I liked this one. This one was a great dungeon. Look for the mystical crate. Eastern Railway Junction. I think I see another crate. Oh, another 2 crates. What? Ah, you asshole. That thing killed her. Did I get XP? I hope so. I got good loot. That's me. Whoa. Ouch. It got to be nighttime. And that's why I died. I didn't realize but my health bar is hitting nothing, and that makes a little bit more sense now. I'm like, why did I die like this? And it's like, that's why. Ooh, 80 acid. Not bad, not bad. What the hell is this thing? Oracle crate. Yeah, max gain. Let's do it. 30 Lunar Whisper. Overloaded pants and a suffix mod box. Lunar suffix mod box. Overloaded pants. Gross. Overloaded pants. It sounds disgusting. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. You're so annoying. Oh, here, secure. Oh, it's a space turner. Nice. You're teasing me, aren't you? It's a Rubik's Cube. Ooh, I got it. Cannot be brought into a safe zone. What is that? Oh, cannot be brought into a safe zone. Okay. Go now to season thingies. Sure. Yeah. Get these or nope. Phase. What's a phase? Phase 1. Prism decent. Personal rank. Personal ranking unranked. Your reward details, but I don't see any like rewards or whatever. Oh, claim rewards. Here we go. Oh, I got an asterism crate. Asterism crate. Daequan and the hive and pandas. Rowena McLeod, Locux. Pandas. Monkey business. PNDs. Ranking 260 prism energy. Oh no. Well, alright, that was the last run here. So, oh, I dropped that thing, I guess. Yeah, respawn in the territory, and we'll go back to my body and try to recapture that. That's okay, I didn't know. I didn't really know. Cool, it popped me at the top of my base, and I will just, like, kill this. Yeah, except it's not really where I want to go. Okay, so my body is... where? No, it's not there, but, I have a fair idea where I was. The hell is that thing? There's a crab. Ooh, and a chest. Shepherd. Oh no, what's that? Ah. There's two of them. Why? This thing's really gonna hurt me. I've gotta kill it. Nope. Kill the shepherd, kill the shepherd. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Where's the other one? There it is, level up. I died though. Oh. I better adrenaline shot just to get that loot. You're so annoying. Yup, it was worth it. It was worth it though. I lost my thingy. Yeah. So if I get like really close and just hammer him. Yep. Ah. Yeah, that'll kill him fast. Oh. That really hurts him when you're up close. Two of them at the same time, huh? See, this I like this game. It has a Fallout feel to it, where like it can get kind of out of hand. There's a blue chest. There's a thing on the ground. There's evidence of loot. I don't see that deviation I found though, which is kind of annoying. Damn it! I don't see that deviation. Where is it? No. Oh well, I'm getting good loot. Ah, get off me. Haven't been to a town in a long time. Oh, there it is, there it is. Maybe no, I don't have like two bosses on me. It'll be a bit better. What was that? So annoying. Oh, you're so annoying. Heal, heal. So annoying. But you can't lose this one, huh? I think the chance is going down. Why is the chance going down? Oh. So yeah, like, but every 1 in 10 or something, I should land it, right? Yeah, obtain this cannot be brought into a safe zone. A safe turner. What is a safe turner? Let's see what it. Well, let's see what it is.
It produces special materials that can be used to craft tactical items, used to teleport a teammate to your location. So, fairly useless. At least in my opinion. I don't really play with people that often. But even if I did, you can literally, as long as they're in your warband or your hive, I'm pretty sure you can teleport to them anyway. So, but it doesn't really matter, guys. But yeah, that's how to get the space turner. Deviant, be sure to smash that like and subscribe button if you guys are enjoying these videos. I think I only have 1 or 2 more deviants now to go out and find. Changing worlds, coming back, changing worlds until it spawns in. Now, let's go ahead and see if we can get this guy. Level 3, not bad actually. Oh, he does not like it.
No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I want to die. I have to do it all over again. Stay away.
There we go. All right, space turner.
Just gonna try and get
You
home.
will not believe how long it took me to find this guy. So, he is a level 3, skill rating 3, activity rating 2, deviation trait 2, which is pretty darn good. It is a crafting deviant. It produces special materials that can be used to craft tactical items, used to teleport a teammate to your location. So, fairly useless. At least in my opinion. I don't really play with people that often. But even if I did, you can literally, as long as they're in your warband or your hive, I'm pretty sure you can teleport to them anyway. So, but it doesn't really matter, guys. But yeah, that's how to get the space turner. Deviant, be sure to smash that like and subscribe button if you guys are enjoying these videos. I think I only have 1 or 2 more deviants now to go out and find. Yeah, so we're close to finishing them. But anyway, guys, I'll see you all in the next one. Take it easy. Peace.
What's going on, everybody here, and welcome to some tips and tricks for Once Human. However, these aren't just your regular tips and tricks. These are things that I've learned after like 80 hours of playing. I've learned along the way that aren't maybe super apparent to everybody, but hopefully maybe they'll help you out today. So if they do help you, leave a comment, maybe leave a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and let's hop right into the first one. All right, so for number 1, we're going to get into maybe a little bit of a debate here, but let's talk about ammo and why you're probably wasting your resources at it. So the best ammo for the game, the best ammo in the game is not your tungsten armor piercing. It's not any of that stuff. It is actually your standard, your bog standard steel ammo. You don't even want armor piercing. And the reason for that, I'll back it up. The reason for that is if we go over here and we look at our steel rifle bullet, it requires steel and it requires gunpowder, both of which are farmable from a deviant, so you don't ever have to mess with this stuff. You can get it forever for free without really having to do anything. Obviously, steel is from your little miner dude, and then you also can go out and get sulfur, and then you mix it with charcoal, and boom, you got some gunpowder, right? Now, you might be like, well, what about the armor piercing? Armor piercing requires stardust. Don't use that stardust source on that. It is absolutely not worth it. Way too expensive. Now, you might be like, well, what about tungsten, right? Tungsten is just tungsten and gunpowder. No, tungsten is not just tungsten and gunpowder. Tungsten is tungsten and acid. An even more no-no resource that you don't want to use on your bullets. Use your bullets to get acid. Don't use your acid to get bullets. That's silly. Don't do it. It doesn't make that much of a difference. And to prove that, I can't really prove it, but I don't use anything but steel regular ammo. I've done the Forsaken Giant, I've done the Research Lab on Pro, I've done all that stuff. Absolutely no issue. So just use your regular steel ingot, your regular steel bullets. Do not use anything fancy. Number 2, or the second one on this list, and these are in no order, by the way, is an artifact that you can get, or something that you can craft from a deviant. Now, you do have to go get a deviant. I'll show you where to get the deviant. But the item in question is the all-purpose hand. So we have the all-purpose hand here, and it requires a universal toolkit, which you will get from a deviant. I'll go show you the deviant here in a second. But it will apply, it will repair your gear with you while you're out on the road to the item with the least durability, the lowest durability. So say you're out bossing, doing what you do, your gun's about to break. You pop this bad boy, it refills your gun. It heals your gun. As long as it's the lowest, as long as it has the lowest durability out of everything. Now, if you have any gear or anything like that has the lowest durability, it will repair that first. So I keep about 10 of these on me, so if we're out doing whatever, typically it's the weapon that goes first, so usually that's what it's for. Now, some confusion with this, it does not work on weapons that you pick up from bosses, from things that you did not craft. It does not repair those, so it's still, there's no way to repair those. It is what it is. And the other thing is, depending on what item you use, for this 4th slot, it doesn't change anything. You can use platinum, iridium, vanadium, crystals, beryllium. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the level at which it will repair. From what I've seen, I've used them all, and I've never seen a difference. So I typically go with whatever I have most of. So be it. Now, like I said, the deviant you get this from is actually this guy right here. It is the all-purpose hand. It's this robotic-looking hand deal. Now, you're going to get that from a couple locations, one of which, I'll have it on screen right now, one of which is a Scorcher, and there's a couple spots for these, but the one I'm talking about is in Greywater. It's by the Hearst Mills, I believe is what it's called, or wherever. I'll have it on screen, like I said. Or the other option where I got mine is actually from an elite in Blackfield, the city, I think it's called the Weather Channel. That is actually where I picked up mine, and I was also gifted another one. So this is actually where you get those universal toolkits. So you just come in here, you claim them, you get them whenever you
There,
need
I got 'em.
and then you go make universal toolkits. It's amazing. Now, those toolkits are more expensive than repairing your gear at your bench, but that's the trade-off for being able to do it out on the road. So don't use them while you're at home. Use them in a pinch. All right. So for number three, this is a 2-for-1. We're gonna talk about food and drink. We're going to talk about two things that you should probably be using by now. You can use them relatively early in the game. If you can't, then, just wait till your later game, then, this will apply then. But there are two things you should be using for your food and your water, and those are as follows. You want something that is prepared. You want something that is canned so you don't have to worry about the shelf life. So you have a couple options. You have canned lunch meat. So basically, as soon as you get access to aluminum, which I believe is like the third or fourth area, I can't remember exactly, you get access to aluminum. You can now start making canned lunch meat. So you can use deer meat, beef meat, pork meat, roast, or rabbit, goat, whatever. And what's nice about these is that they have little bonuses with them. So if you use deer, you get a stamina boost. If you use beast, you don't get anything, so don't use that one. Pork gives you a max HP plus 50, so on and so forth. So you can check these out yourself. I typically use deer meat because that's just, you have deer everywhere. You need to hide anyway, so I usually get that there. And it gives you an HP boost, increases max character HP by 10% for 1800 seconds, which is super amazing. Now, you can take this one step further, especially if you are running a shrapnel build. Take this one step further. Add one more super easy ingredient, canned meat. Canned meat, regardless of what meat you choose, you will increase character shrapnel damage by 20%. 20% damage increase to shrapnel builds. Amazing. Now, if you're not using that and you're using other builds, I would just stick with the canned lunch meat, or you could probably use something else that might be a little bit easier, but you start using vegetables and stuff like that. So I think the canned lunch meat's also easy because guess what? You still use deer that you have everywhere. The only thing it requires is salt. In order to get salt, you go to the ocean, and then you come into here, and you click salt, and you make like a ton of them, and it's just super easy. So you just go collect salt water, bring it here, make salt. So you basically sit there once, grab a ton of salt water, bring it here, do it once, you're done. That's your food. Canned lunch meat never expires. You get XP bonus, or you get bonuses. Canned meat, you never.
I've watched this before. I love this game.
What I'm going to say is going to upset you, and so I want you to remember that I'm just the messenger. I didn't make these things happen, but I do want to honestly tell you, because we live now in a weird time, weirder and in different ways from what we were used to. This country is at a time of decline, and when an empire declines, which is something we haven't gone through because empires don't decline very often, but let me tell you from the history books, a little bit we can tell, it's not fun to be in a declining empire. Much more fun when the empire's going up, which was the last century or a century and a half of this country, the ride up. We are now on the ride down. We haven't been prepared because we have leaders who cannot say a word about that. I want to just drive that home because the split in this country is really about that. So let me start with the split in the obvious way. And that split is everywhere now. And if you haven't noticed it yet, you will, because it's going to impact your life in all kinds of ways. So one of them is a little bit about what a declining empire means, to give you the context. The United States lost the war in Vietnam. When I say that in my classes, my students look at me, they've never heard such a thought. America, as they know from the comic books they read as children, only wins wars. It doesn't lose wars. And we lost. The war was fought against the Communist Party of North Vietnam, which has been running that country since the United States was driven out in 1975. Go check all of this. You will find I'm not making it up. After we lost the war in Vietnam, we went and had a big war in Afghanistan, which we also lost. That war was against the Taliban, which now runs that country. It's a good sign that we lost. We lost the war in Iraq. We are in the process of losing the war in Ukraine. If I were in certain audiences, I wouldn't dare say what I just said. They couldn't hear it. They could not hear it. But it is the reality. Let me give you a couple of more, just bits of getting what decline means. Last week, something happened on the part of a country called Indonesia. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a remarkable country in Asia, made up of 18,000 islands in the Pacific. It's a huge country. The population of Indonesia is 280 million people. Makes it one of the largest countries in the world. Let me remind you that the population of the United States is 330 million. 280 isn't that far less than 330. It's an enormous thing what they did. They joined the BRICS. They joined the full partner of the BRICS. BRICS, by the way, means it's the first letters of the countries Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. A dozen years ago, they began to form an alliance of what came to be called the Global South, to be independent, relatively, from the domination of the United States. And the core economy there, the biggest one, the most powerful, is, sorry to tell you this, I know it'll come as an upset, the People's Republic of China. Remember, I'm the messenger. I have no responsibility for this ever. China and the BRICS, Indonesia joined them. Together now, the BRICS, built around China, have as the population of the countries that are part of the BRICS, about 22 countries now altogether. They have about 55 to 60% of the population of the world are members. What is the percentage of the world's population of the United States? 4.5%. You understand? We are 4.5%. They are 50 to 60%. In the words of Mickey Mouse, uh-oh, those odds are not so good, no matter how you cut it. And as a group, let me tell you how you cut it. We in economics have this little game. We ask, what is the total output in goods and services in a year of a country? Gives us a kind of rough idea of how big a country it is, how important its footprint is in the world. Okay, so if you take the BRICS together now, they are about 35%, a little bit more, total output of the world. If you add up each of those countries' total output in a year, and you add them up, they account for 36%, more or less, of the world's output. Now let's compare that to the United States and its major allies. Those are called the G7, the group of seven. United States, Japan, Canada, Britain, France, Italy, and Spain. Okay, that used to be the dominant player of the world. That used to be what world trade meant, what they did. Together they